Hoi, 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 hoi. Hello, everyone. Making sure we're all set to go here a little bit. Hope everyone is having a decent Thursday a little bit. A happy Robot Guy release day. As well as, like, Rhythm Heaven Groove release day as well. I forgot that came out today. Was playing a little bit of that, last night. Had a really good time. Looking forward to playing more. So kind of a heads up as we get into the stream here. Gonna be a little kind of on a bit of a low tone for this one. Folks have nephews over and stuff like that, so can't really be as loud and shit like that as I want to be, or even like just say shit like that and shit, you know. A lot of shit I can't say right now, shit. Like something like that a little bit. So yeah, also, as I'm trying to like get this set up here, noticed that my captured card was like the audio was like flickering in and out a little bit there. It's like, uh-oh. Is it time? This capture card about to die? Is it going to do it? Like, hopefully not. But yeah, I'm just doing like the hoping and praying, replugging it back in will do the trick there. Because after I did that, I hasn't done it like once as I set this up now and shit like that. If it does again, I'll probably have to do that again in the middle of the stream. And if it gets too egregious here, might have to like get a replacement capture card and stuff like that and shit. Probably do something else in the meantime. Put the Tsukihime Remake playthrough on pause here and stuff like that. But I don't know. We will just see and hope things work. Maybe. But either way, let me go ahead and get into view real quick here, and let me do the freaking, there we go. Hi, hello. Hello, 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 hello. It is me, Laguo Jadeheart, your favorite little fishman VTuber. I'm gonna keep my little guy out for this one in a minute. But yeah, like I said, we are back with some more good old Tsukihime Remake, A Piece of Blue Glass Moon here. We are currently on day 6. And this is also the beginning of the Arcueid Route actually here, a little bit. Just going off of the... Because, yeah, we recently dealt with Vlov Archangel, whatever his last name is. The guy in the Tide Bloom that does the projectiles at you and shit like that. The Zoner. A little bit. Yeah, we dealt with him a little bit and stuff like that. Had a really good fight full of aura and everything. Shigitono, oh my god. Yeah. Just kind of continuing off of that here and stuff like that. Without a doubt, we're probably going to see this guy again once we do like this CL route. Once we're done with Arc here and stuff like that. But again, I'm still surprised that he kind of like he's gone now at this point a little bit and shit like that. Because again, considering his presence Tide Bloom, I thought he'd be more of a big deal. It's like, no. Yeah, especially because, yeah, this guy's supposed to be a replacement for... What the fuck was his name? With the fucking... The Hebrew name for, like, Nero, Caesar, Chaos, or whatever, and stuff like that. To do with, like, all the animals and shit, or whatever. Like, fucking... That's in the OG Melty Blood and Tsukihime and stuff like that. But I think it's kind of interesting, as just someone who has, like, secondhand experience with this series and stuff like that, and more with Melty Blood and shit, you know? Well, yeah. But yeah, like I said, we're on day 6, going more off of Arcueid Route here and stuff like that. So far, in terms of like endings or whatever here, we did get one. We got our first bad ending here a little bit. Not on the flowchart. Where is it? Yeah, ending list here. Yeah, we got bad end number 2 out of a decent 21 of them here. So something I want to try to like, because yeah, part of me wants to like look back at these a little bit. Just for like the funny Neko arc shenanigans or whatever and stuff like that. I think it would be something more interesting. Because yeah, I'm pretty much playing this as I go. I'm not using like a flowchart on the side of me here. I only look at like our past stuff we've done so far and stuff like that. And shit. But yeah, I'm pretty much just going to flow here, and I kind of want to do it where I want to see how many bad ends we get with me just playing normally or whatever and stuff like that. So far, we're at 2 out of one I think we potentially got here a little bit. But yeah, well, it's got like 3 big endings here. It's pretty much like the normal ending for like the Arc route and the CL route, I'm assuming. And we got a big third one for like the imagine the true ending a little bit. I say imagine, I kind of already kind of know a little bit looking at things. But yeah, as I mentioned before, because yeah, you are able to accumulate CL points, which is needed for like the CL route. And you can also do the same for Arcueid. You can accumulate Arcueid points as well with certain choices you do here and stuff like that. Yeah, so far in terms of our current choices we made here, we pretty much got all... We pretty much selected choices that would give Arcueid points here, like Helper, that's a +1 there. I think this might be a +1 here too, quite doesn't say put there. Giving it a glass was also like another one there. And stuff like that, so that's something I'm gonna keep in mind. It's just like, oh yeah, we gotta... This is the arc route. We should probably be nicer and get all our points a little bit here. I imagine that's also probably necessary for the true ending. You know what? Because yeah, I feel like true ending is gonna be like you need to do CL route first before you do that stuff or whatever. And I don't know. But that's something to keep in mind as I'm going through this here. But yeah, let's go in with all that preamble out of the way here. Let's begin day 6, the Scars of Azure. Soft rays of sunlight stir me from sleep. My eyes are closed, but I sense the serenity surrounding me through my skin. The air is cool, but gentle. It feels like it's gonna be a beautiful sunny day. Time for me to wake up and actually act like a student. I'd all but forgotten about school, with everything that happened with these past 2 days. Yeah, hello, Pixel Dominus. Hope you're doing well. I open my eyes. I find myself in bed, my glasses neatly placed next to my pillow. By force of habit, I put on my glasses before looking around. The sunlight streaming in through the window is so vivid I can almost hear the rays sparkle. I take a deep breath, filling my lungs with fresh air. That's right. It's Sunday. No school today. I hear the hands of a clock ticking, offering a rhythm to the chirping of the birds outside. I'm back. I don't think I've ever been more grateful to be met with such an ordinary morning.
よかった。
I'm not just grateful I survived the night, or to have disposed of that vampire. After that gruesome experience, I'm just happy to be able to wake up to something that resembles normality. This morning feels like happiness itself. For an insignificant human like me, there's no greater reward than...
おはようございます。
Oh.
四季様。
A sudden greeting startles me into an upright position. I look over to find Hisui standing at attention in front of the door.
翡翠。
申し訳ありません。四季様がなかなかお気づきになられませんので。
いや、こっちこそ。
That caught me off guard. My heart is pounding like crazy.
あれ、まだ7時前だけど。
はい。四季様のお目覚めには少しばかり早い時間です。
だよね。じゃあ翡翠は何をしに来たんだ。
四季様を起こしに参りました。秋葉様からここ2日間の事情を説明してもらいますので。
She's gonna be so pissed we've been on vampire adventures lately. Not going to school. Akiha. These past 2 days. Explanation. Though I hear the words, it's as if they've lost all meaning. I spend about 10 seconds pondering them, resisting temptation to abandon rational thought entirely. No matter how hard I try to think of one, I simply have no excuse for the past 2 days. I skipped school. I broke curfew. I basically went AWOL on Akiha. She was already pretty mad when I didn't make it back before dark. I dread to imagine the fury I'll face this time.
あのさ、翡翠。控えめに言って、秋葉のやつ、怒ってる。
She's gonna kill you, dog.
どうでしょうか。それは四季様が直にお確かめください。
Hisui sounds coldly unconcerned with my plight. If I had known things would turn out like this, I'd have done everything to get back, even if it meant crawling back. Wait, crawling back?
いや、ちょっと待った。それ以前に、なんで部屋で眠ってるんだ？
四季様は昨夜の午前2時過ぎにお帰りになられました。玄関口で眠っていたのを姉さんが気づいて、お部屋にお連れしたとのことです。
I stare at her, slack-jawed. Staying out late without a word, falling asleep on the doorstep. I sound like some stereotypical drunk who missed the last train.
あいつ、人を猫か何かと一緒にしやがって。
Yeah. My thoughts go back to Arcueid, though I guess I should be thankful she at least carried me to the front door. Either way, I have a better grasp of the situation now.
すぐに行くから、秋葉にはできるだけ落ち着くように言っておいてくれると嬉しいんだけど。
申し訳ありません。それは諸事情によりお断りいたします。
Okay. Her answer is simple and to the point. My standing in a tunnel household must have hit rock bottom. Akiha is the head of the family, so it comes as zero surprise that I've got no allies. Everyone hate me. At any rate, I should get up. I won't get anything done by staying in bed. Ow! The second I stand up, my legs feel like they might explode. Of course, if there's anything I should be surprised about, it's the fact that I lived to see another morning. It's a wonder I survived considering all the reckless stuff I did.
四季様、いかがなされましたか。汗がすごく。
It's true, my forehead is drenched in sweat. It only took one step for my body to become feverish with pain.
お体の調子が優れないのでしたら、もうしばらくお休みになられた方がよろしいのではないでしょうか。先ほどはああ申しましたが、秋葉様には私から。
いや、大丈夫。ただの捻挫だ。すぐに収まるよ。それより秋葉の方が怖い。先延ばしにしたら余計に怒られそうだ。
I could tell from her eyes that Hisui doesn't believe me, but her position prevents her from calling out my obvious lie. I feel bad, but she'll just have to accept it for now.
着替えたらロビーに行くよ。すぐに済ませるから廊下で待っていてくれ。
かしこまりました。どうかご無理はなさいませんようお願い。
Hisui bows deeply and leaves the room. Moving as little as possible, I change out of my pajamas. What a way to start my first day off at a mansion in 7 years. I find Hisui waiting for me in the hall. The wound in my left leg makes me want to scream with every step. The rest of my body feels heavy too, but that's just due to muscle soreness. Nothing's too severe. I only check by running my fingers across my skin, but it seems the cuts I got when Vlov's eyes slashed my face and shoulders have healed as well. It's clearly Arcueid's work, given how I can't find the slightest trace that the wounds were there. She did say she was going to heal me up.
四季様、差し出がましいこととは存じますが、こちらをお使いください。
ん？
Hisui timidly hands me a long, slim rod. It's a walking stick. No, a cane.
よくあったね、こんなの。
はい。以前、用具室で見た覚えがありましたので。
I almost laugh at her earnestness until I realize her breathing is slightly elevated. She must have run there and back for me in the short time I was changing.
ありがとう。正直、歩くたびにかかとから飛び上がりそうだったんだ。すごく助かる。
はい。お役に立てたのなら幸いです。
Grasping the cane, I shift the weight being supported by my left leg to my arm. I should have no problem walking now. I thank Hisui again for her thoughtfulness, and together we make our way to the lobby. It doesn't take long to arrive. I leave the cane next to the door. On the other side of this door is the head of the Tono household, my younger sister by 1 year. She's waiting to hear her pitiful brother's equally pitiful excuses. Can't even imagine what terrible fate awaits me within. But now's the time to be whining. I brought this on myself. Regardless of the circumstances, I skipped a day of school and didn't come home for 2 whole days. It's only natural that Akiha will want an explanation. I should... Oh boy. Apologize properly, think of some excuse, or tell her the truth. Well, we're gonna save here. Alright then. Yeah, above all else, I don't want to think of an excuse here a little bit. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious if this is gonna be like another thing where just like it leads into one another here or whatever. We have apologized properly, which I feel like should be the first thing we do here, no matter what. Would like to tell the truth, but it's also like, is she going to believe all the vampire shit we've been doing? Like, fucking... Let's tell the truth. What could go wrong? I should just tell the truth. I don't want to lie to Akiha, and some half-hearted attempt to dodge the question is going to work on her anyway. If I speak the whole truth and nothing but the truth, down to the tiniest details, I'm sure Akiha will understand. I may be desperate, but I'm not crazy.
Yoshi.
If I'm going to survive this, I'll have to be brave. I breathe deep and open the door to the parlor.
Ohayou gozaimasu, Nii-san. Fushigi to. Zuibun hisashiburi na ki ga.
Yeah. Ohayo, Akiha.
I sit down across from Akiha and counter her angry stare with a smile so bright, you need SPF 50 to block it. My heel's still hurting something fierce, but I grin my way through.
部屋では言いそびれちゃったけど、翡翠もおはよう。さっきはありがとう。これからも頼りにするよ。
Alright, he's playing it, he's playing it. I expressed my gratitude to Hisui, who's standing against the wall. I didn't realize my decision to be honest would also make me this genial with my morning greetings. I'll have to remember that.
随分とご機嫌のようですね。てっきりここ数日の素行の悪さを反省し、萎縮していらっしゃると思ったのですが。
もちろん反省はしている。自覚あるからね。けどそれと上機嫌なのは別の話。単に朝から秋葉の顔を見られて嬉しいだけだよ。
What? Akiha is as still as a statue. Crap, did I make her angry? Oh, I guess there is such a thing as being too honest. I'll have to remember that too.
Akiha様。なんでもないわ、翡翠。ですが、今のはいい声かけでした。
Akiha coughs slightly and managed to regain her usual demeanor.
兄さん、言っておきますが、そんな気持ちのこもった言葉ではごまかされません。
こもってるんだ。
こもっていない言葉ではごまかされません。私が聞きたいのは、ここ2日間どこで何をなさっていたのかという報告です。
それなんだけど、秋葉。
ええ。どんな言い訳をしてくださるのかしら？
話すと長いから簡潔に説明する。俺はこの2日間、吸血鬼を退治していたんだ。
Yep, we're doing the thing.
宗谷で連続殺人が起きているのは知ってるだろ。その犯人が吸血鬼だったんだけど、偶然知り合ったいい吸血鬼に。
The way it's being phrased here is like fucking sounds lunatic here. Like fucking, you know that serial killer that's been terrorizing Soya? It was actually a vampire. Like fucking. So we're really starting off strong here.
そのままなし崩しでそいつに協力して悪い吸血鬼と戦ったんだよ。
Akiha is perfectly frozen in place. An understandable reaction. I can already imagine how this will go a few seconds from now. I can already hear her yelling at me. But how else can I describe what's been happening? Though it's unfortunate I can't expect her to swallow such a wild story. I'm sure she'll accuse me of making up ridiculous excuses. Is she not going to say something? She certainly looks angry enough, so what's with the silence?
もしもし、アキハ。
Moshi mosh.
兄さん、今のは、たちの悪い冗談ですか？
Akiha's cold, silent gaze pierces right through me.
いや、冗談じゃなくて。
冗談でしょ？
まあ、そう取られても仕方がないけど。
It's hard to stay firm when she's this insistent.
結構です。ですが、今後は冗談だとしても、そのような妄言は口にしないでください。どこに親族の聞き耳があるとも限りません。当の式は、遠野家の長男にはふさわしくないという風説なんて。
Though Akiha is definitely angry, she doesn't seem to have lost faith in me. Her gaze may be cold as ice, but she's actually being considerate of my position. I'm pretty sure she's genuinely concerned in her own rigid way.
ごめん、今のは忘れてくれ。俺も悪ふざけが過ぎた。
いいでしょう。この件に関して、これ以上の追及はいたしません。連絡をいただけなかった点については、私にも落ち度がありますから。
落ち度なんて、そんなの秋葉にないだろ。
携帯電話を取り上げたのは私です。あれがあれば、ズボラな兄さんでも連絡ぐらいはしたのではありませんか？
That is true. But yeah, it looks like she doesn't know that my phone was secretly returned to me quite some time ago.
ですが、それも今回だけです。今後はこのようなことは控えてください。兄さんは遠野家の唯一の男性なんですから、もう少しご自分の立場を理解していただかないと困ります。良くない外聞が広まってしまったら、遠野家の今後の人付き合いにも影響がありますし。
Our standing. Does she mean between me and the other dignified families?
いやー、それこそ問題ないだろう。俺が何しようと興味も持たないって、あっちの方々は。だいたい遠野の跡取りは秋葉なんだから、家のことを思うなら俺をよそに出すなり、遠野の家にふさわしい婿養子でも見つければいいのに。
I met with silence once more. I wonder what might have caused it this time.
どうした？気分でも悪いのか？秋。
結構です。私を気遣う余裕があるのでしたら、慢性的な貧血持ちなんですから。
She's right, I do collapse frequently due to my anemia.
ともかく、あまりお一人で屋敷を出ないでください。そうでなくとも、近頃の町は物騒なんです。兄さんみたいにぼーっとしている人は、通り魔に襲ってくださいと言っているようなものなんですから。
それなら大丈夫。あんな事件、二度と起きないよ。
Our town had been beset by a serial killer. Called a modern-day vampire to news, the killer lurked in darkness, striking terror into the hearts of men. No suspects have been found. All that is in the past now.
吸血鬼はいないってことだよ。その犯人はもう捕まったんだ。
そうなんですか？それは良い知らせですが。兄さん、よくそんなことを知っていますね。
ああ、たまたま逮捕現場に居合わせたというか。
Saying those words make me smile wryly. It's technically the truth, one more of an incredible series of coincidences. So much happened during those 2 days I spent with Arcueid. Thinking back on it still feels like a dream. But at any rate, the monster that made its nest in this town is gone. I can't deny being somewhat proud of my involvement.
兄さん、どうしたんです？急に嬉しそうな顔をして。
別に何でもない。ただ終わったんだなってようやく実感できた。
The weight lifted from my chest as I say those words puts a smile on my face. Ultimately, it seems that Aki has accepted my explanation. I thank her as I stand up.
いや、安心したらお腹が減ってきた。 朝食をもらってきてもいい？
I was about to say, have I not eaten anything in like these 2 days, by the way? Like, fuck, I need some food now.
私に許可を求める必要はありません。朝食まで管理する気はありませんから、ご自由にとってください。琥珀なら厨房で朝食の支度をしているでしょうし。
サンキュー。じゃあ遠慮なく。
I make for the door. My left leg is really killing me.
お待ちなさい、兄さん。先ほどから気になっていましたが、今のではっきりしました。足を怪我していますね。
いや、これは捻挫というか、筋を違えたというか。
そうですか。
Akiha walks toward me briskly. She looks at me in the eye without warning.
Hey.
Ow. She stepped right on the most swollen part of my left foot, like she knew exactly where it hurts.
あら、びっくり。兄さんのポーカーフェイスも直接的な痛みには脆いのですね。
そりゃ弱いよ。っていうか俺の方がびっくりだよ。お前分かっててやっただろ。
誤解ですわ。大した怪我ではないという兄さんの言を信じて精一杯の勇気で試してみただけですもの。
Akiha flashes a graceful, oh so wicked smile. This is clearly payback for me not telling her everything. Akiha returns to the couch and elegantly lifts her teacup to her lips as though nothing happened. She seems to be in a fantastic mood now.
さて、確かに大した怪我ではなかったけど、放っておくのも良くないわね。兄さん、課長として命じます。朝食が済み次第、診察を受けるように。怪我の理由はともかく、大げさに痛がられるのは迷惑ですから。
そりゃ診察は受けたいけど、怪我の理由。
It's time to drink water.
You gonna drink some water?
It's time to drink water.
興味ありません。どうせくだらない理由でしょうから。
Don't care.
だいたい聞いたところで私には内緒なんでしょ。
Akiha answers curtly, the very picture of authority.
外傷のない捻挫なら琥珀でも対応できます。あ、そっか。今朝は荒木先生もいましたね。
Oh boy.
あの人はもともと外科の医師です。内科の琥珀と外科の荒木先生。お好きな方を選んでください。
Huh. This is a little unexpected. Oh boy. Man, I really want to see both of these actually fucking. Okay, let me save. Yeah, let me see. We got Kohaku. Yeah, the log said... Yeah, Kohaku specializes in internal medicine, or Dr. Rock, who is skilled in surgery. Yeah, Arcueid was mentioned is like, yo, you should probably get your bones checked out. So I feel like the surgery option would be like more ideal with a Rock as well. We get to see the funny busty teacher as well, like fucking the new character here as well. I don't hang out with Oomph. I'll have Kohaku look after me. I should be fine with a compress and some painkillers.
わかりました。では、食後は自室で待機しているように。私は午後から外せない会食があるので外出しますが、当主が留守だからといって、あまり羽目を外さないようお願いしますね。
I'm not sure why, but Akiha seems to be smiling with relief. Well then, I'll grab breakfast and have my leg looked at afterwards. Thank you, Kohaku. Hello, Oomph. Kohaku barges in carrying a retro-looking wooden box.
悪いね、琥珀さん。忙しい中わざわざ来てもらって。
いえいえ、今日は休日ですからお仕事も少なめですのでお気になさらず。四季さんのご指名ですもの。私などでよろしければいつでもご奉仕させていただきます。
Kohaku approaches my bed with a radiant smile.
ではでは、診察のお時間です。ベッドに腰をかけてください。お加減が悪いのは主に、なるほど、左足だけではなく下半身全体ですね。
見ただけでわかるんですか？
はい、それぐらいは。免許こそ取れませんが、薬剤師と整体師になれるよう子供の頃から鍛えられているんです。
Pharmacology and physical therapy. So that's what Akiha meant when she said Kohaku knows internal medicine. I sit on a bed and roll up my pants so she can see my left leg. Kohaku gingerly palpates the leg with her hands. Every time her fingers touch my shin, I'm hit with the urge to cry out in pain. After a few moments, Kohaku looks up at me hesitantly.
四季さん、
Well, don't look at me like that.
もしかして骨にひび入ってませんか？
So that's what it was. I'm actually kind of glad it's just a fracture. I wouldn't have been surprised if she told me it was straight up broken in places.
そうかもしれません。でもちょっとだけですよ、きっと。こうして我慢できる程度なんですから。
明葉様のお気持ちがちょっとだけ分かっちゃいました。四季さんは平気なお顔をしていても、いえ、している時の方が大変な方なんですね。しばらくお待ちください。秘蔵の軟膏などを持ってきますので。それまでベッドから動いちゃダメですよ。
The pitter-patter of her footsteps fades as she runs off down the hallway. Left all alone, I start to feel strangely guilty. I don't think I've ever heard Kohaku sound so sad. Kohaku's treatment is surprisingly professional. After applying the ointment, she taped my heel and even gave me a cast for my shin.
いや、そこまで大げさにしなくても。
そこまでのことです。ご自分のお体を何だと思ってるんですか？
She's like, now take this needle, it's gonna give you super armor, like in the fighting game a little bit here.
そもそもこんな怪我をどこでこ
Put
し
the
らえたんです
5G inside you a little bit
四
even.
季さんの健康を任されたものとしてこれは見過ごせません。
いや、それはですね。
I tripped really hard.
正直におっしゃってください。
その喧嘩みたいなものです。興奮して殴り合ったというか。
It's a weak excuse despite being the truth, but I can't tell her any more than this. But I also can't brush her off like nothing happened. That wouldn't be right.
喧嘩ですか？もうダメですよ、そんなこと。わんぱくなのはいいと思いますけど、暴力はいけません。手を挙げられた方も手を挙げてしまった方も痛い。
I guess there's no such thing as a winner when that happens. Kohaku's words strike a strangely powerful chord.
それはそうだな。痛いだけだよな、殴り合いなんてさ。
でしょ？なのにこんな怪我までしてがっかりです。どんな事情があったにせよ、そんなことをしていると四季さんを見損なっちゃいますからね。
ああ、俺もバカだったって反省中です。二度とこんなことにならないよう努力します。
はい、分かってくださったのなら結構です。それでは上の具合も見ますから服を脱いでくださいね。
はい。
Without a hint of hesitation, Kohaku stands up and grabs my shirt. She wants me to get naked right here and now, that much is obvious.
ちょっと待った。そこまでしなくていいです。痛いのは足だけだから。
何言ってるんです。両足もひどいですが、より厄介なのは肩や腰回りだと断言します。ほら、軽い炎症ができてるじゃないですか。
何？今のツボですか？っていうか、この悪辣な腕の取り方。
She's just wrestling me right now.
生態を教えたのって次男委員のジジイでは？
はい、次男先生にはしっかりと四季さんのお体について教えていただきましたとも。あと悪辣ではありません。
Goaku pinned me face down against the bed sheets like it was nothing. Dr. Janin was a traditional doctor I used to see when I lived with the Arimas. I owe him a lot, but right now I'd love nothing more than to pay him back for all this scrap.
いや、それはともかく炎症なら自分で湿布とか貼るから裸になる必要とかないってば。
ははー、照れてるんですね、四季さん。
Goku smiles contently as she continues to pull my shirt off.
四季さんのお体なんて見慣れてます。いいから観念してくださいまし。昨夜もお着替えをさせていただきましたから、背中のほくろの位置までバッチリです。
Now that she mentioned it, I was totally wearing my pajamas when I woke up.
ほら、暴れないでください。せっかく固定した足のギプスがずれてしまいます。
She's right, but that doesn't make it any easier to get naked in front of her.
では仕方ありませんね。私が見るのは背中だけにいたしましょう。それなら恥ずかしいことはないでしょ。
It kind of is, but still better than the alternative. And if I want to stick a compress there, I need to ask for someone's help regardless.
そうだね。じゃあお願いします。
I give in to her persistence and release the tension in my body.
念のため消毒もしておきましょう。喧嘩をなされたのなら小さな傷を負っているかもしれませんし。
The disinfectant stings my skin. It was a busy 2 days. I must be covered in little cuts. Although it stings, it's nothing compared to the dizziness that comes with my anemia. It also doesn't hurt that each time she applies the ointment, she coos at me.
男の子なんですね。
Even with the teasing, it was easier to bear the pain. I guess Goku's cheerfulness can't help but rub off on me too. Goku wraps up her treatment. The past hour felt a lot more by the book than I expected. Goku really is something.
ありがとう、琥珀さん。左足も痛まなくなったし、これなら午後もゆっくりできます。
いえいえ、どういたしまして。それではお仕事に戻らせていただきます。痛みが引かない、あるいは悪化したらすぐにお声をかけてくださいね。午後は厨房で夕食の仕込みをしていますので。
Goku flashed a smile before leaving my room. Now then, how should I spend the rest of the day? It's already afternoon by the time I finish my lunch. After my examination this morning, walking doesn't really hurt anymore. I won't be able to go all that far, but where should I spend the afternoon? Take a walk around the garden, look around the mansion, I could make my way to town. What to do. Yeah, ideally, probably my way to town to see if we can run into Arcueid again here, so probably do that. I'll walk towards the station. I'm a little worried about going down the hill with my leg like this, but I can just turn back if it hurts too much.
少し出てくる。
I tell Hiso I'm going out for a bit, and she dutifully sees me off to the gates.
四季様、お帰りは何時頃でしょうか。
心配はいらないよ。今日はちゃんと夕方までには帰ってくるから。
かしこまりました。それでは行ってらっしゃいませ。
Hisui bows deeply. Embarrassed at the formality of it all, I take my leave. Before I knew... Oh, yeah, and even, like, the full place is fucking damaged. Yeah, we could check this, too. Yeah. Before I know it, my feet have carried me to the station's north exit. Not even a full day has passed since last night's events. The area is surrounded by do not enter signs and an abundance of security personnel. It feels weirdly excessive, with one guard stationed every 5 meters or so. Even a cat would have trouble sneaking in. The fire from yesterday is being reported as starting from an underground gas explosion. At least 20 people dead, over 50 injured. And that doesn't include the police who are on the scene. The public will never know about the brave officers who are burned alive by the vampire. I realize something feels off. The collapse area is neatly roped off to prevent anyone from entering. Achoo! Makes me want to sneeze. But no one is entering at all. Not even the officials you expect to be on site. I thought it'd be crawling with investigators and construction workers.
というか、そもそも。
There's barely a police present. The area is being guarded by a private security force, and as a result, there's barely a single officer in the area. The police must not have the manpower after all that's happened. I head back to the area in front of the station. Once I'm there, I find a bench to sit down on, and start watching the people pass by me. I'm not sure how much time I spend staring into the hustle and bustle, but suddenly... Oh. I stand up thinking I've seen her, only realizing I'm mistaken.
なんだそれ。
Even if I had been here... Even if... no. I thought it was I'd been here, not her. Even if it had been her, I wouldn't have had a reason to approach her. Now that her target Vlov is gone, Arcueid has no reason to remain in Soya. I'm such an idiot. What is that drove me to waste time in town in the first place?
だよな。もともとそういう関係だし、もうあんな無茶をしなくていいかと思うと、せいせい。
I was about to say, did she tell him? As I know, that's not my target. Like, fucking... I stopped myself short. There's no point in telling myself a lie this inconvincing. I mean, things may have calmed down since we parted, but that doesn't mean it feels great. Even now, I'm haunted by these feelings. Regret for the things I did, and for things I couldn't do. Although she brought me nothing but trouble, our time together was... well, it was fun.
バカか、俺は。
She almost got me killed. Why can't I get her out of my head? The injuries from last night still scar my legs. Remember how Vlov nearly killed you. Shiki Tono shouldn't want to go through something like that ever again.
もうすぐ夕方だ。屋敷に戻ろう。
I shake my head to cool down and leave both the city and my vision of Arcueid behind me. My afternoon wasn't all that eventful in the end. After absent-mindedly wasting some time in my room, it didn't take long for dinner time to come around.
呆れた。いい加減忘れろよ、俺。
I forced myself to stop thinking of the blonde woman inhabiting the back of my mind. They say the sun sets quickly in autumn, but even so, it felt abnormally fast today. I must have lost all sense of time while thinking about this stupid stuff. Akiha is seated in the dining room with Kohaku at attention behind her, while Hisui has taken her position behind me. Kohaku has prepared a full-course meal with Wagyu beef as the entree. Ooh. I don't know if it's because of Tono family manners, but Akiha is passing dinner in silence with a dignified look on her face. Akiha returned to the mansion about an hour ago. Apparently, some unexpected problems arose that she had to dedicate most of her day to dealing with them.
翡翠、念のため聞いておくけど、うちの夕食って死後現金だったっけ？
I keep my voice to a soft whisper so that Akiha doesn't hear.
いいえ、親族の皆様間での談話は 自由に行われておりました。
じゃあアキハが黙っているのは単に機嫌が悪いだけ？
申し訳ありません。私には分かりかねます。あくまで憶測ですが、秋葉様はお疲れなのではないでしょうか。
そっか、そりゃそうだよな。いつも不機嫌だけど今は特にご機嫌斜めだし、ほんとご苦労様だこと。
I nod in sympathy. I should probably give her some space to relax since her Sunday was ruined by extenuating circumstances. I know better than to try to throw out a random topic. Yep, it's best to let sleeping Akiha's lie. Maybe you can find out what happened during Akiha's day here if you're on the Akiha route in the original Tsukihime, or when the Red Garden sequel comes out in like several years from now after Fate Extra Remake or whatever.
聞こえていましたよ、兄さん。別に午後の視察で疲れているわけではありません。食事は静粛にが当家のマナーですから。
She glares at me sharply. I'm not surprised that she saw me talk to Hisui, but the fact that she actually overheard what we talked about is terrifying. Just how good is her hearing?
もっとも、それも過去の話ですが、どうしても話がある。今日一日の出来事を語り合いたいというのであれば、その限りではありません。
Nodding acknowledgement, I resume eating. Since I had a small breakfast and lunch, I had worked up a reasonable appetite for dinner. But tonight's meal is difficult to look at. From the beef tenderloin and the foie gras to the deep crimson sauce, all the dishes remind me of what happened up to last night. Yeah, all dishes remind me of what happened up to... Okay, yeah. A sudden murder, an impossible reunion, an equally impossible monster. And just as death had closed its grip around me, I also touched death myself. Not to mention, there was a long-anticipated farewell once we defeated the vampire. I'm pathetic. I've had the whole day to wallow and I'm still not over it.
それで、私の仕事ぶりをいたわってくれた兄さんは、午後の休みをどのように過ごされたのです？
俺のことか。午後は散歩に出て、部屋に戻ってからはずっとベッドで横になってた。
それは、また貧血ですか？
いや、考え事をしていたらいつの間にか夜になってたというか、体の調子は悪くないし、足の方も問題ないよ。
つまり、無意に時間を浪費したということですね。はあ、そんなくだらないことを堂々と口にしないでください。私は何とも思いませんが、他の人が聞けば笑い物になるだけですから。
I have no way of rebuting her merciless words, but I'm curious about something she said.
確かに自堕落に思われる発言だった。
See how saying it like that was sounding kind of
というか
easy.
自堕落だった。反省している。けど、秋葉は何とも思わないってどうして？
Could it be that despite her strict demeanor, she's actually pretty lenient with her close relatives?
どうしても何も、私は党の指揮に何も期待はしていませんから。兄さんがそういう人であることは、初めから承知の上です。
I see. There is certainly wisdom in that. You can't be disappointed if you're not hoping for anything. I'm truly at a loss for words.
いやー、ごちそうさまでした。
ごちそうさま。食後は習い事がありますので、私はこれで。兄さん、反省なされたのでしたら、今夜は早めに部屋に戻って、勉学に励んでくださいね。
Akiha rises from her seat and leaves the dining room. It sounds like she's got violin practice tonight. How am I supposed to keep up with someone this multi-talented?
四季さん、ファイトです。秋葉様に負けないで。
Thank you, Kohaku. Our resident mischievous housekeeper gives me some quick words of encouragement and a playful wave as she leaves the room with Akiha. After dinner, I take an early bath before returning to my room. I sit at the desk. Thinking back on what Akiha said, I decide to open a textbook and make up for time I wasted today. No matter how crazy my life became over the past couple days, I'm still a second year in high school. I've got a mountain of work to do.
いや、山積みなんだけど。
But no matter how hard I try, I just can't concentrate. I keep seeing them in the back of my head. Unneeded visions of a woman who I should have forgotten by now.
ああ、もう今日はやめやめ。
Giving up, I fall back onto the bedsheets and stare idly at the ceiling. It's okay. Tonight's the last time I'll have to deal with this. It was an intense couple of days, for better for worse. It's not as if I could forget about that easily. I'll need at least a day to cool down. Which is what I'm doing right now, just letting my mind wander. I pass the time of the day hoping to distance myself from those memories and wash away the impressions that left on me. As long as I can manage this, the things that happened will fade into the past. My eyelids grow heavy. My consciousness drifts away. And slowly but surely, darkness wraps my senses in its embrace. Thus does my peaceful day off come to an end. I lie in bed and slide into a vague slumber, as if I can convince myself it will all fade away. Alright, well, there we go. Thank God it was a short one after the last session, because oh my god. Anyway, from day 6, we're now gonna save it on to day 7 over here. Oh my god. Mystic Guise of Death Perception 1. That's cool. Alright, then. This sounds about to be me a little bit here. You got the lines over there. Oh my god. This is Shiki Day, apparently. Shiki segment, probably, because that's one out of 2. I'm assuming, like, the fire one with Vlov here. I slowly drift awake. My arm feels heavy as I reach out for my glasses. Looks like I got a fever. The thought crossed my mind as though it were someone else's problem. I put on my glasses. My vision returns to normalcy, though a tinge of dizziness remains. The symptoms resemble a common cold, but it's just a flush of love light morning fever. It will pass with time, like giving a cold engine some time to warm up. Someone knocks on the door. After waiting for a moment...
失礼します。
Hello. Keisui enters the room with a
お
bow.
はよう翡翠。今朝もありがとう。
おはようございます。四季様。お目覚めになられていたのですね。
ああ、昨日はぐっすり眠ったから。着替えたらすぐに食堂に行くよ。琥珀さんにはちょっと熱があるから、量は少なめだって伝えてほしい。
かしこまりました。体温計は必要でしょうか？
いらないよ。どうせいつもの微熱だし。
それでは着替えはここに。食堂でお待ちしております。
Hisui bows and leaves the room. It may be my imagination, but her bow doesn't feel as crisp as usual.
心配してくれてるのかな。でもこんなの本当にいつものことなんだけど。
I appreciate the feeling, but it's really no big deal. I mean, if you want to talk about people who've had it rough, you should see Arcueid. That Wooniverse was no joke.
しかし、ガムテープは本当ないよな。見て
Put
る
a little flex tape on it there.
今度会ったら
Flex stuff gonna easily get destroyed by fucking Shiki's fucking ability, probably, even when you think about it. I stop before finishing the thought. There is no next time. we won't be seeing each other again. It's better to avoid getting involved with someone like that.
そうだ。それがいいに決まってる。
By the time I get this through my head, today is Monday. It's the beginning of the week and I'm eager to get started. I wash my face and get dressed before heading over to the parlor. Akiha's sitting on the sofa. It's just after 7, but she's already enjoying her post-breakfast cup of tea.
あら、おはよう、兄さん。今朝は早いんですね。
My waking up early has Akiha in a good mood, it seems.
おはよう。秋葉の方こそいつもおはよう。
All of a sudden, I'm struck with a bout of vertigo and grab my head. The dizziness persists. My body heats up like I've never felt it before.
兄さん。
I hear the sound of rustling clothes and footsteps toward me.
どうかしました？顔が赤いけど、熱でもあるんですか？
いや、熱は確かにあるんだけど。
Akiha comes close and peers up at me from below. Strange. For some reason, it feels like it's worse when I'm looking at her.
少し熱があるようですね。昨夜はきちんと毛布を使いましたか？環境が変わったから調子を崩しただけでしょうけど、念には念よね。そこで待っていてください、兄さん。今琥珀を呼びつけますから、朝食の前に熱を測りましょう。
Akiha looks over to the lobby. She's probably thinking about going over to the kitchen and getting kohaku. I avert my gaze from Akiha in that moment. As I do, my dizziness passes.
いいんだ、秋葉。琥珀さんを呼ぶまでもないよ。起きたばかりで体調が悪いだけだから、いちいち気にしないで。
体調が悪いのならなおさら放っておけません。風邪だったらどうするんですか？些細な
Drink some water, Shiki.
兄さんには大事でしょ。免疫や抵抗力が人より低いんですから。
Ugh. Visibly irritated, she brings her hand to my forehead. Her delicate palm is cold to the touch, enough to send a shiver run down my nape. For the briefest moment, I cease breathing. Akiha's right. Something is wrong with me today. I don't know why, but every movement of hers makes me tense. Just watching her causes my temperature to spike. The realization hits me that I might faint if she keeps touching me.
兄さん、随分と熱くないですか？
Akiha's words ring through my skull. It feels as if her long black hair and porcelain skin have evaporated in the heat and trickled into my head. This is bad, but the feeling will fade. Fatigue must be causing it. My body hasn't had enough time to recuperate. Before I end up doing something incredibly stupid in front of Akiha, I make my move.
よし、休養を思い出した。
I brush away her hand and scurry off like a panicked rabbit.
四季様、朝食まであと5分ほどかかりますが。
そうか、ありがとう。俺のカバンは？
カバンでしたらこちらに。
Hisu is as prepared as always. I thank her and take it in hand.
行ってくれ。見送りはいいから。
お待ちなさい。熱があるのに何をしているんですか、兄さんは。第一、廊下は走らない。妹の言うことはきちんと聞くが我が家のルールです。おとなしく居間で熱を測ってください。
Akiha's come to the lobby to stop me. But luckily for me, her reluctance to run indoors is slowing her down.
悪い。ルールを守るのはまた後で。熱も下がったし、このまま学校に行ってくる。朝飯は勝手になんとかするから、今朝は多めに見てくれ。
なんとかするって。ちょっと、兄さん待ちなさい。何ですかその言い分は。後で守るルールなんて、それじゃあ規則とは呼べません。
In an effort to escape Akiha's objections, I burst out of the entrance. I clap my hands together, whisper heartfelt apologies to Akiha in my head. Honestly, I'm grateful that she's concerned for my well-being, but I can't just be like... By the way, whenever I look at you, I get so dizzy I feel like I'm gonna pass out. Now she's so worried about my health, and who knows what kind of pain might be in store for me if I came clean. Breathing out a huge sigh, I finally settle down. I should be safe here. My assumption is that Akiha wouldn't be immature enough to drop her schedule to come after me.
けど怒る理由がルールについてなのがハキュ。
I laughed to myself, thinking back to what she said. She may be my sister, but I still can't tell where her boiling point is.
コンビニにでも寄っていくか。
My wallet's not doing too hot, but I thought how to at least eat something. Why am I only ever hungry on days like this? Usually I'd be fine skipping breakfast, but today I'm starving. I'll just grab something small to hold me over until lunch. It only takes a couple minutes to get in and out of the store. I arrive at school 30 minutes earlier than usual. There aren't many students around. By my count, there's 2 or 3, including myself. Though in as little as 10 minutes, the front gate should be packed with students. Naturally, the guardrail is devoid of an unbelievable beautiful woman sitting in wait for someone. I miss my wife, Tails. The athletic clubs are in the middle of their morning practice. I watch them out of the corner of my eye as I approach the entrance. Working with sweat is actually pretty enjoyable. There's something about it that makes me feel alive. But I never wound up joining a club. I didn't want to burden anyone with my anemia, plus my doctor had strongly advised me to avoid strenuous exercise. When I was a first year, I was invited to join a few times, but I always told them maybe next time. And each time I did, I felt the distance between us grow. In the end, maybe the feeling of not wanting to get involved with others became a self-defense mechanism. This isn't a time for silly sentimentality. I should out some support to the club's knee-deep in training before making my way to the man building. Yeah, I shout out some support to the club's knee-deep in training before making my way to... Okay. Oh, hey.
おはようしきくん、今朝は早くない？
はい、ちょっと時間を間違えて。おはようございます、ノエル先生。
I run to Miss Noel on the way to the classroom. She seems as surprised as me to see someone around at this time.
時間を間違えると遅刻するんじゃなくて、早くから登校しちゃうんだ。しきくんはあれね、勤勉かね。今時の若い子なら、もっと気楽に生きていいんじゃない？
十分気楽にやってますよ。勉強好きでもありませんし。それより金曜日の無断欠席についてですけど。
あれね、大丈夫。お家には連絡入れてないから。たった1日のボイコットなんて普通だものね。しきくんだってその方が都合が良かったでしょ？
Miss Noel flashes a devious smile as she utters something I never expect to hear from a teacher. My savior. This must be what saved me from the full weight of Akiha's fury. Actually, isn't Miss Noel being a bit too lenient for a teacher?
あ、しきくんたら頭固いんだ。先生は不真面目なわけじゃありません。生徒の自主性を尊重してのことです。だってみんなこんなにも若くて美味しそうなんですもの。1日ぐらい背伸びして遊びに行くのは仕方のないことだと思うの。
いえ、遊びに行っていたとかそういうんじゃなくて。
なんて冗談よ。分かってます分かってます。例の貧血でしょ。真面目なしきくんが火遊びをするわけないものね。
Yeah, definitely not with a fire ice vampire or anything.
それで
Don't look at me like that.
痛いところとか残ってない？
It sounds like she was genuinely worried about me. Miss Noel actually wasn't too far off the mark with her joke, but I won't be correcting her.
貧血の方はなんとか。今朝は特に調子がいいです。
そう、それはよかった。
じゃあ今日から気楽な学生生活に戻れるわね。ところで慢性的な貧血という話だけど、四季君はいつからそういう体質なの？
生まれつきではないんです。子供の頃に事故に遭って、それ以来というか。
まあそれは
I want especially to look at me like
それ
that.
で運動しなくなったり食欲が薄くなったりしたのね。それでどんなだったのかしら。
はい？
My voice slips out an unexpected question. Miss Noelle licks her glossed lips and speaks.
だからどんな事故だったのと聞いたの。体がおかしくなるぐらいの怪我だったんでしょ？やっぱりすごく痛くて泣きわめくほど怖かったのよね。それこそ一度死んで生まれ変わってしまうぐらいに。
An indescribable dread takes hold of me. Not from her insensitivity. It's been obvious from day one that she's a busybody, and I don't think she's great at reading the room. What makes me hesitate is that I don't remember a thing about the accident.
ただの事故ですよ。こうして無事だし、大したことじゃありません。そろそろ時間だし、失礼します。
Ooh, the pout. I bow before moving past Miss
四
Noelle.
季君、
I turn around in response to hearing my name.
体調がいいのなら今日からしっかりね。これ以上無断欠席はしない方が身のためよ。
The returning from France winks before leaving for the faculty room. I thought I'd be the first one here, but a few of my classmates are already in the room.
早いな、遠野。金曜どうしたん？
おはよう。金曜は体調不良。そっちは朝練終わり？
そうそう。放課後の部活動だけじゃなく、朝練まで自重しろって話になってきてさ。首相を交代したばっかだってのに、こんなんじゃ統率取れねえよ。な。
Even the sports clubs are feeling the effects of all this vampire business. Though that'll change soon. That stuff is over now. Things should go back to normal. It's probably not gonna go back to normal. 5 minutes to homeroom. Just as I'm bracing myself for a full day of classes.
やっほー、サボりまー。おはようございます。
A voice from behind sends my peace warning shattering into 1,000 pieces.
やっす、不良くん。
Sup,
金曜日はナイス無断欠席でしたね。おかげで今朝また一段と元気ありそう。なんだよ、金土日と寝込んでたんじゃねえの？
寝込んでないし、貧弱でもない。金曜日はたまたま気分が悪くなっただけで、家に帰ったら回復したよ。面倒なんでそのまま学校は休んだけど。
マジか。あの豪華なお屋敷でのんびりアンニュイライフとか、たった3日でお貴族様の仲間入りかよ。相変わらず気も太いっつうか順応性高いっつうか、ほんと住めば都なのな遠野は。めちゃくちゃ羨ましくねえ。
Arcueid puts up a brave front. I could probably learn a thing or two from him.
言っとくけど慣れてないぞ。お前な、あの家がどれだけでかいか見てないから。有彦、遠野の屋敷知ってるのか？
にゃ、知らぬ。あんだけ高いところにあって、かつ周りは塀と林だろ。いや、デバガメ根性で見たいけどよ。でもほら、オタクセキュリティとかおすごいんでしょ？
俺が知るか。ああ、いや、恵子さんの話じゃ年に数回泥棒騒ぎがあるらしいけど、遠野邸に警察が駆けつけたことなんかないって言ってたし。
それ、年に数回賊が押し入るのに警察が来ないって、それやばくね？
どこが？
If they're catching a burglar before the cops can even get to them, wouldn't that mean the place security is top notch?
いやだからよ、そもそも外に出てきてねえんじゃねえの？その泥棒さん。
なるほど。それならどんな噂も広まらないか。
We nod our heads in agreement. Afraid of where this train of thought might lead us, we quickly decide to change the subject.
そうそう、土曜の事故現場、もう見たか？ 北口駅前の大火事、地下からの出火だったって話。
いや、まだ見てない。話だけは聞いているけど。
俺、北口に改装前のデパートあっただろ。あの前にあった公園がごっそり地下に陥没してる。あれひでえぜ。元に戻すの1年はかかるんじゃねえかな。でもまあ悪いことばかりじゃない。警備員やらテレビ局やらが押し寄せてるんで、北口のバカども鳴りを潜めやがったからな。
そうなのか。じゃあ倉見橋駅のホテルの話は？
倉見橋のホテルってあのドームホテル？ああ、そういえばあっちでも火災があったんだっけ。北口のこれっぷりがすげえんで忘れてたわ。
I can't blame Arahiko for feeling so indifferent about it. An incident of that scale, which claims so many lives, is still just a story from another town. We live in a time where we're flooded with news. Even when we hear something terrible, it's quickly overridden by the next tragedy.
何にせよ物騒なのは変わらねえってことか。そういうお前さんもどうなんだよ。当のは中学からこっち貧血持ちのくせに学校だけは休まなかったじゃねえか。ま、登校した瞬間に帰るっていう離れ技は何度かあったけどな。
それと似たようなものだよ。交差点あたりまでは登校したんだけど、そこで気分が悪くなって帰ったんだ。
弓塚といいお前といい、最近素行が悪いんじゃないか。
素行が悪いっていうのは否定しないけど、弓塚さんどうかしたのか？
木曜からずっと欠席。今朝も来てね。あいつもずっと優等生してたからな。いい加減テンパってたのかもしれん。しかし振り点だから上がれないと。
Arcueid certainly has a way with words.
おっと、じゃ俺はこれで。さらばだ。金曜サボった分真面目に勉学に励むがいい。
Arahiko hurries out of the room. He seems excited about something. I'm guessing he's going to hide out in the nurse's office. It's his turn to ditch class, it seems. The moment lunch break begins, Arahiko reemerges, yawning. It's obvious he's been sleeping this whole time.
よく寝た？殿、飯食おうぜ、飯。
I'm positive Arahiko's mind runs on an endless loop. Eat, sleep, sex, repeat.
そりゃ飯は当然のように食べるけど、いいのか俺なんかに構って。
あ？先輩とランチだ？
Arahiko pulls a sour face at my question. She must have turned him down today. We eat lunch together. Arahiko is bright-eyed and bushy-tailed after his nap.
宗谷駅前で検索と。何の新展開もねえな。
Phone in hand, he scours the web looking for new information. Being disconnected from the world for even a few hours is a life or death matter. You'd think he was just addicted to his phone like every other teenager, but Arahiko's cut from a different cloth. To him, this isn't just a way of killing time. He's looking for ammunition to help him survive each night he spends prowling downtown.
はあ、また定番のコンビニレジ強盗ですか。店員刃物で腹部を刺され重傷、犯人はアルコール依存症。うへえ、言ったそう。酔っ払いに話通じねえもんな。
Arahiko continues to work his way through his lunch as he messes around on his phone. The modern version of a father reading the paper during dinner. But now isn't the time for the societal critiques.
アリヒコ、食事時にその手のニュース読み上げるの楽しいか？
楽しくねえですよ。けど世間に興味を持たない間抜けな友人のために世の中の物騒さを知らしめなきゃならんでしょ。聞いてますか、遠野くん。北口は倒壊するわ。酔っ払いは人を刺すわ。無差別に人を殺す通り魔はいるわ。他人事じゃねえかもなんだぜ。
それは確かに。でも通り魔事件はもう起きないんだ。北口の事故はどうしようもないけど、それ以外はいつも通りってことだろ。
そうなの？通り魔って捕まったんだ。
いや、捕まってはいないだろうけど。
The culprit is already dead. There'll be no more tacky headlines in the news about a modern-day vampire roaming the streets. Nor will anyone be killed so senselessly.
ともかく、もうあんなふざけた事件は起きないし、犠牲者も出ないってこと。街は元に戻ったんだよ。
しかし、犠牲者は出ると思うぜ、との。
出ないよ。なんで断言できるんだよ、有彦は。
だって、おい、今朝で9人目の死体
Cool.
今ニュースで流れてる。
Ariko shows me the screen of his phone. I can't believe my eyes. The site has a news update on the merge with a picture of the north side of Soya Station.
マジかよ。ここいつも行ってる映画館の裏じゃねえか？
待て、もう一度よく見せてくれ。
I take Ariko's phone from his hand. It's not some crackpot theory or random hypothesis. Ninth victim of serial killer confirmed by police at press conference is emblazoned on the phone's screen.
そんな。
The revelation has me stunned into silence. Vlov is dead. I killed him myself. Then why? How can there be more bodies drained of blood turning up?
しかし、現代の吸血鬼か。相手が美人のお姉さんなら座れちゃってもいいんだがね。
美人の吸血鬼。
Aiko's words are like ice against my skin. I wouldn't mind getting sucked dry by a beautiful lady. He's obvious kidding, but it doesn't feel like a joke to me.
事件はまだ終わっていない。
The discovery of a new victim means there's still a vampire in our midst. And if we were to use the process of elimination, who that vampire is should be abundantly clear. Vlov is gone, which leaves only one vampire remaining. Ooh, the doubter. Ooh. Like, what if she was lying about not killing any human, drinking their blood or anything? Ooh. Oh shit, I skipped the thing here. Did I? Oh no, I pressed the circle. It does that. Okay, never mind. That was like a big old, like, look at these desks here. Cutscene what this thing loads up here. Classes come to an end and school finishes for the day. Or maybe I should say school was over before I knew it. The worst possible assumptions had clouded my mind. And by the time I realized it, I was sitting alone in an empty classroom.
通り魔殺人はまだ続いている。
Before, I wouldn't have given it a second thought. But she said it herself. She's never killed any humans. I can't see her lying to me about that.
ニュースが間違いなのか、それとも。
Only Arcueid would know the answers to that question. If I could just find her, I'm sure the pieces would all fall into place. That's why I don't understand what I'm thinking. This is no longer any of my business. When I finished off Vlov, I went back to my old life. I did my job, my part in this should be over. I have no reason to dive back in. Why would I go back to all that craziness of my own volition? I should just go on home, keep walking down this path as if nothing ever happened. I'll go home. That has to be the next best alternative. Though I've been taught since I was little to always choose the best option.
どんな人間だって人生ってのは落とし穴だらけなのよ。君はそれを何とかできる力があるんだから、もっとちゃんとしなさい。
そうだ。何もしないって選択だけはしちゃいけない。
Those words saved my life. I've always tried to live by them, so I can't pretend like this has nothing to do with me. This isn't over. Now that I've gotten myself involved, it's my responsibility to see this through to the end. I leave the school. Although I don't have any idea where she could be, I still have the key to her apartment. So I'll start there. The apartment looks the same as when I last left it, but Arcueid is nowhere to be seen. There are signs that she's been here, though. I'm relieved that she hasn't just disappeared into thin air.
いいさ。そう簡単に捕まえられるなんて思ってない。とにかく、今は行動をあるのみだ。
I could wait for her here, but there's no knowing if she'll be coming back. I'll probably have to look for her in town, just like how I first met her. The sun sets over the city, paving the way for night to reveal itself. I take a look around all the major spots, but I don't manage to catch a hint of Arcueid.
どうでもいい時はひょこひょこ歩いてたくせに、どうしてこういう時に見つからないんだ、あいつは。
What do I do? It's still early in the evening. Yeah, go back to the mansion and think things through, or wander the city for a bit. Yeah, I think we'll wander the city for a bit. Akiha's still gonna be pissed, but still. I'll continue looking. We only met by chance in the first place, and it's not like we're on good enough terms that we know exactly where to find each other either. If I don't want to rely on sheer coincidence to find her, I'll have to rely on my own 2 feet and a bit of intuition.
そうだよな。人に会いに行くっていうのはそういうことだ。携帯に頼りすぎだった。
In a time when no one had a cell phone in their pocket, if a person didn't turn up to a president's meeting spot, you could figure out where they'd be based on their principles and lifestyle habits. It wasn't some kind of feral instinct, but something uniquely human that anyone could do, even in this age saturated by mobile phones. Unfortunately, there's a limit to how far I can search. I'd be better off focusing on the residential area or the shopping district.
よし。
After some deliberation, I decided on the shopping district. On my way over, I make sure to keep an eye out as I pass the north and south exit of Soya Station. If she's still here in town, I'll find her. Whatever crowd was between us, I know I'd recognize her in an instant.
Yeah, ないわ。
It turns out my intuition sucks. Every time I feel like I'm about to find her, every time I think she's going to be around the next corner of the station, I wind up empty-handed. It's been a while since I've felt this useless. Actually, maybe the first time it's ever been this bad. I've always tried to avoid overexerting myself since I never knew when my anemia might flare up. Makes me wonder why I thought this search might be worthwhile, considering I had absolutely no guarantee I'd find her.
でも夜はこれからが本番だし、あともうちょっとだけ探索を。
My phone buzzes. I wonder who it could be. Arahiko? I look to see.
四季さん、
Alkaku. Unstoppable force meets immovable object. Like, fuck, what is this email title, Kaku?
急いでお屋敷に帰ってきてくださいますか？なぜかというと、突然のお客様がいらっしゃいまして。
Oh.
とても素敵な四季さんのガールフレンドを名乗る外国人の女性と、
Oh.
朝の一件だけでなく、四季様がお帰りにならないことに不機嫌だった秋葉様とかけます。その心は？
It's a strange text from Kohaku.
は？
My mind goes blank. Does that mean Arcueid is at the Tonal Mansion? I immediately conjure up the worst case scenario, though my wits refuse to accept it. Stupid, why didn't I realize it earlier? What made me think I could use common sense to pin down someone like Arcueid?
にしても意味不明すぎるだろう！
Like a hare in a flight, I race off toward Tono Estate. I don't even want to imagine what Arcueid could be spouting off to Akiha. trying to picture Aki's reaction has me genuinely scared for my life. Looks like I managed to set a new personal best. Climbing that killer of a hill and reaching the tunnel mansion in record time has me gasping for air. My trial is far from over. I begin to catch my breath. My weary shoulders get a reprieve as well. I swear the mansion looks like it came right off a set of a horror movie. Now that I think about it... What? 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 Dude, you're huge!
覚悟はできていますね、兄さん。
Yeesh. Are people always this willing to make their peace and march to their death? There's no running from this now. It would only make things worse. I cast aside my fears and venture inside the grim abode.
ようやくお帰りになったようですね。あと1分遅かったのならどうなっていたかわからなかったところです。
あ、やっと帰ってきたな、こいつね。妹さんばかりか私まで待たせるとか、やっぱり普段から横暴なのね。
They stare at me with polar opposite expressions on their faces. I know what this feeling is. This must be how a captive feels when they're forced to plead for life with a gun pointed at the back of their head like in an action movie. Words fail me. I'm unable to come up with any kind of response. I can't believe Arcueid and Akiha are face to face in the same room. They're both sitting on a sofa like there's nothing amiss at all. Though unlike Arcueid, who seems perfectly calm, Akiha has bitter contempt written all over her face.
It's time to drink water.
Drink some water, Akiha.
It's time to drink water.
Akiha glances at me.
どうしたんですか、兄さん。そんなところに立っていないで、どうぞこちらに来て座ってください。
No way. I inch a little closer to the sofa, but the feeling that I might be stabbed by a knife keeps me from moving any nearer.
ここでいいです。それよりアキハ、こいつはだな。
How do I even begin to explain? I doubt I can get away with calling her a classmate. And saying she's someone I met in town would probably just make things worse.
その
Akiha's glare pierces into me. I can tell I'm not going to be let off the hook here. I don't think there's anything I can say that'll dig me out of this hole. Still, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings or disturb a little peace I found. There's gotta be a way to explain. Look at her just smiling at me like, fucking... What's she even doing here in the first place? How could you sit there smiling away like that? I can imagine Akiha will let someone that she never met before into the parlor.
その前にいいかな。こいつなんて言ってやってきたの？
Arcueid tilts her head in confusion.
兄さんのご友人ではないんですか？この方はそう自称しましたが。
ああ、うん。友人といえば友人。
そうですか。私にも紹介していただけると嬉しいわ。兄さんのご友人でしたら、無下にお帰りいただくわけにはいきませんし。
それはですね、アキハさん。
I mumble.
ふん、友人ね。
Arcueid works away into the conversation, probably tired of being ignored.
あんなひどいことしておいて、そういうこと言うんだ。
My head whirls. Now this is some vertigo. Floored, I find myself decoupling? Decoupling from reality with astonishing speed.
それはどういった意味でしょうか。私の兄が身体面あるいは精神面においてあなたに危害を加えたとでも？失礼ですが、ご自分がどれほど信憑性のない発言をしているか理解していますか？
ええ、バッチリね。でも安心して、そんなのもう気にしていないから。ちゃんと体で返してもらったし。なのでどうぞお構いなく。私は四季を誘いに来ただけだもの。すぐに出かけるわね。そうでしょ四季。
Shit, this is bad. The more she talks, the shorter my lifespan gets. I force a laugh as I make for Arcueid, grabbing her arm.
ちょっと四季、急に何するのよ。
There's no time to listen to her complaints. Dragging Arcueid by the arm, I bolt out of the parlor, leaving a stunned Akiha behind. Hisui is waiting in the lobby. I wonder what she's thinking seeing me with Arcueid in tow. I have a hunch I won't like the answer, so I'll worry about that later.
お出かけですか、四季様。
不本意ながらすっごく申し訳ないんだけど、玄関の鍵は開けておいてほしい。
はい、かしこまりました。
I hurry past the bowing Hisui and try to get away from the mansion as fast as possible.
痛いな。いきなり外に連れ出すなんて四季って常識ないんじゃない？
I never heard a stupider question in my life.
お前こそ何のつもりだよ。真正面からうちの屋敷に来るなんて正気じゃないぞ。もしかして俺の生活をぶっ壊すつもりなのか、このバカ女。
バカ女ってあなた私をバカにしてるの？
バカをバカって言ってんだから、それ以外何があるって言うんだバカ。
I'm actually livid. I've never been in such an infuriating situation before. I have to give her a piece of my mind. Otherwise, I won't be able to let this one go.
何よ、私は四季に会いに来ただけじゃない。そんなに怒られるようなことしてないと思うけど。
会いに来ただけって、アルクエイド、お前本気で言ってるのか？
そうだけど何よ。何の問題もないからね。魔眼も使ってないし、極めて人間的なアプローチしたんだし。四季の妹さんにだって四季の目のことも私が吸血鬼であることもちゃんと黙っててあげたんだから。
そこは言わなくてもわかる。そっちの話に関しちゃ常識ありそうだからな、お前。
わかんないな。それじゃあなんでそんなに怒ってるのよ、あなたは。
そっちがあんまりにも考えなしだからだよ。この際だからはっきり言っておくぞ。周囲の目を考える、自分の特徴を自覚する。頼むからもうちょっとおとなしめに行動すること。お前はいるだけで目立つんだから。
Phew. I don't wanna, like... Dude, where did those come from? How did she do that? I feel better now that I've said what needed to be said. Though Arcueid, who had been on the receiving end of it, seems the complete opposite. She glares at me like a pouting cat.
何よ、勝手なことばっかり言って。だいたいいるだけで目立つってどうしてよ。私、外見は人間と変わらないでしょ。
No, you just did cat ears for a second. How did you do that? Vampire shit? Like fucking...
美人はいるだけで目立つんだよ。人間であるかどうかなんて関係ない。
I reply to her frankly. Maybe it's because I gave her a straight answer, but Arcueid readily accepts it.
まあ、こっちも言い過ぎた。こういう修羅場は初めてだったから、気が動転してたんだ。
別にいいよ。悪かったのは私の方みたいだし。
Arcueid bows her head in a show of honest remorse. Somehow I'm starting to feel guilty for thinking she may have had some ulterior motive.
で、どうしてうちに来たりしたんだ？いや、俺もお前に話があったから渡りに船だけど。
そうなの？私は単に四季はどうしてるのかなって様子を見に来ただけなんだけど。
そうか、興味本位か。 次は木の陰にでも隠れてこっそり見に来てくれ。できるだけ誰にも見つからないように。できれば俺にも見つからないように。
I feel exhausted all of a sudden. Though this isn't exactly the first time I've been caught up in one of Arcueid's little whims. And the fact that she didn't tell Akiha anything means she at least put some consideration in my position here.
ともかくだ。真剣に話したいことがある。ここじゃ落ち着かないから場所を変えたいんだけど。
いいけど、話って何よ。
すぐにわかる。そうだな。そろそろ人気もなくなるし、公園あたりがいいかもしれない。
I motion toward the road and start walking. Arcueid tilts her head in curiosity, but follows after me without a word.
話って何なの、シキ。
吸血鬼のこと。お前、前に言ったよな。
Arcueid nods.
それじゃあ、今朝のニュースで新しい犠牲者が出たっていうのは知ってるか？昨日の夜に通り魔に殺されて血を抜かれたらしいんだけど。
She narrows her eyes. I can tell I've stepped on thin ice. One wrong step will be the end of me.
ふん。
それでって、お前。
I swallow nervously. Arcueid peers right at me. Her eyes tell me that she's ready to pounce at the slightest movement.
おかしいじゃないか、アルクエイド。ブローブは死んだ。なのに、どうしてまだ吸血鬼騒ぎが起こる？まさかとは思うけど、あれは。
If this is your doing, I...
はあ、もうそんなわけないでしょ。それは私じゃなくて他の吸血鬼の仕業よ。
Arcueid interjects, slicing through the tension. A strange happiness wells up in my throat. But I shouldn't get my hopes up yet. It's great that it was another vampire, but there's still a couple things that don't make sense.
他の吸血鬼の仕業って、そう次から次へと吸血鬼が出てくるのか？
まさか。あの事件は初めから一人の吸血鬼の仕業よ。この町を食い物にする新しい吸血鬼なんてやってこないし、ブローブだってあの事件には全く関係ないわ。
Vlov was never connected?
関係ないって、それどういう意味だよ。
言った通りの意味だけど。もう四季って切れるようでどこか抜けてるのね。いい？確かにブローブは吸血鬼だったけど、あいつは人の血を吸っていた？
吸っていたかって当然だろ。あいつはあんなに人間を片っ端から燃やして。
So that's it. How did I not notice something so obvious? The bodies left behind by the serial killer had been drained of blood, but they were otherwise unscathed. But Vlov was different. He burned his victims. He drank their blood too, but draining them was never his modus operandi. Come to think of it, the victims at the hotel weren't connected to serial murders. They're treated as casualties of a fire. Which means Vlov must not have had any connection to serial murders to begin with.
待ってくれ。じゃあ吸血殺人事件は何なんだ？一体どこの誰があんな真似をしてやがる？
だからあの事件はブローブとは別の吸血鬼の仕業なの。私はその吸血鬼を殺すためにこの町にやってきた。ブローブが来た理由はちょっとあやふやになってきたわね。てっきり私を追いかけてきた一人かと思ったけど、ブローブにはそれだけの理性、使徒社会における協調性はなかったみたいだし。ま、そのあたりはもういっか。ブローブは死んだんだし。
Good thing we got him.
とにかくブローブとこの町に救っている吸血鬼は別物よ。ブローブは正真正銘無関係の第三者。私、標的がブローブだなんて言わなかったでしょ？
Yeah.
ブローブにとっての標的は私だったけど、 私にとっての標的はこの町で通り魔と言われている吸血鬼だけよ。シキ、まさかとは思うけど、ものすごく単純な勘違いしてたとか？
Yeah, maybe a little. I swallow nervously. Arcueid's right though. She said her goal was to kill the vampire, which I just assumed was Vlov.
それじゃあ何か。あの夜ブローブと殺し合ったのは無意味なことだったっていうのか。
無意味じゃないわ。シキは私の代わりに戦ってくれたんじゃない。ま、シキさえ私を殺さなかったらその必要もなかったでしょうけど。
The exhaustion hits me such that it feels my knees will give out any second. It was all pointless. Killing Vlov changed nothing in the end. There's still a vampire in town, and even if it was just for a split second, I tried to pin the blame on Arcueid. Shit. Disappointment, self-loathing swirl around in my head.
悪い。しつこいけど、最後に確認させてくれ。ブローブは吸血鬼殺人には関係なくて、ここ1ヶ月街を騒がしているのは別の吸血鬼ってことだな。
うん、そういうこと。でもこれは私が済ませる問題だから、シキは気にしないでいいよ。そんなことよりね
え。Arcueid looks up at me, a wide smile brimming across her face.
なんだよ。言っておくけど、ものすごく余裕がないぞ。俺。
My feelings are all over the place right now. Anything she says could knock me right off my feet.
ちょっとした疑問よ。二人でブローブを倒した時のこと。ねえ、なんで3分だったの？
なんでって何が？
シキ、3分しか時間はないって言ってたじゃない。どうして3分なのか全然わからなくて。
あのな、言っただろ。あそこは海の底みたいなものだって。だから3分しか無理だって言ったんだ。
ん？海の底だと3分なの？
That was a close one. If I was feeling like my usual self, I would have shot back with something snarky.
まあ、そうだよ。人間はお前みたいなのと違って、それぐらいしか水に潜っていられないの。
何よ。私だってちょっとは寒かったわ。海の底だって何時間も潜ってたら退屈だし。
I was chilly, she says. Meanwhile, I generally thought I was dead.
下を向いてどうしたの？
いや、ちょっとめまいがして。気にしなくて、いや、気にしてくれ。実際海に潜ったら3分だって怪しいからな。人間はか弱いんだから、頑丈なお前と一緒にするな。吸血鬼は吸血鬼同士、我慢比べでもやっててくれ。
I wave Arcueid off with one hand as I cradle my hand with the other.
ま、今さら言っても始まらないか。お前たちが化け物じみてるのは身に染みてるし。いい。ブローブのことは俺がバカだった。それよりアルクエド。
I call myself begin to say something, but when I look up, what's with that expression on her face?
アルクエド。
何よ、シキの意地悪。どうせ私は人間じゃないですよーだ。
Arcueid turns the other way in a huff and starts walking.
おい、ちょっと待て。どこ行く気だよ。
人間なシキには関係ない。ついてこないでよね。
Arcueid storms off without even a glance in my direction. She seems genuinely upset. Man, where is she going? I must have struck a nerve. Looking back, maybe it was being a little unfair.
でも、そんな悪口言ってないぞ。
Did I? Considering how mad she is, I feel like I must have earned it. Like, really earned it. In fact, I kind of feel like an asshole.
ああ、もう、悪かった。今のは俺が悪かった。だから待て、止まれってば。
I rush after the white silhouette in front of me. Not just because I feel guilty. In case she's forgotten, we still have important things to discuss. Arcueid walks through the night, full of purpose. Her golden hair flutters in the air. She looks the same as she did when I first laid eyes on her. The same as when she first faced Vlov amid all that collapsed rubble. Gone is the tenderness I felt a second ago. She has the air of a hunter stalking its prey. Her movements now sharp and deliberate. Arcueid doesn't respond. She continues marching forward.
話を聞けって。どこに行くつもりだよ。
The white huntress doesn't stop. I can't back down. But I also can't manage to do anything else for now, so I follow behind her silently. We walk in complete silence except for the sound of our footsteps. Until, that is, Arcueid comes to an abrupt halt and turns toward me.
ついてこないで。あなたみたいな普通の人間にいられると迷惑だってわからない？
人間で悪かったな。何をしているのか教えてくれたら帰るよ。
式には関係ないからほっといて。
Arcueid twirls around and begins walking again. Well, damn. Looks like I'm getting the silent treatment again. We leave the shopping district and come to an underpass when Arcueid stops suddenly.
見つけた。
Arcueid's voice is cold. She sounds like a completely different person. A shiver trickles down my spine. Even from behind, I can tell by her posture how ready she is to fight.
何を
Doing. I don't say it. I know exactly what she's doing without having to ask. A pure, unbridled hostility flows from her, freezing the air.
おい、何考えてるんだ、お前。
Arcueid doesn't answer. Her gaze is fixed on a perfectly normal-looking man in a suit.
式、メガネを外してあの人間を見てみなさい。
あの人間って。
早く。私が何をしているか知りたいのなら質問は後よ。
はあ、あんまり街中で見たくはないんだけど。
I remove my glasses. My temples throb. In exchange for the pain, the lines running across the ground and walls come dimly into view.
確認しておくけど、あなたの線は生物の方がはっきり見える？
ああ、その方がより確かに見える。
でしょうね。あなたは生物だから鉱物の死を理解できない。形の上の摩耗というカテゴリーの結果は見えても、鉱物たちにとっての終わりは見えない。そのためには彼らと同じ視点、同じ価値観を得なくてはいけない。死を見るためには命を理解しないといけないから。それじゃあついでに聞くけど、今の式から見てあの人間はどんな感じ？
I don't see how he'd be any different. Got a whole lot of lines on him, though. Some of them are rated, some are like green bluish a little bit. I wonder what's up with that. I step back by reflex. What is that? Every human being has lines on them. Most only have a few, though, which generally trace their bodies in geometric patterns. But what the fuck is that? The lines are scrawled across his entire body, like bulging veins and arteries. The man's covered in them. Can't even see what he looks like under them all. I want to throw up. He's backwards. That's not a person with lines. It's as if the lines themselves have assumed a human form.
式にはどう見える？私としては式には普通の人間に見えていてほしいんだけど。
I'm unable to give Arcueid an answer. It takes all my focus to not vomit.
そう。残念ね。式はあれにも死を見てしまっているなんて。
あ、なんか普通とは違う。けど、 線は見えてる。
やっぱり死者さえ殺せるのね、あなたは。命があるなしの問題さえ無関係。動いているもの、破壊できるものなら例外なく停止させる。何よ、本当の化け物はあなたの方じゃない。シキが見ている通り、あれはもう人間とは呼べないわ。死という負債を他人の血でごまかし続ける吸血鬼だから。
Arcueid quickens her pace. She makes a beeline for the unexceptional looking man.
おい、アルクエイド。
シキはそこにいて。
The man disappears from sight, perhaps having become aware of Arcueid. Or to be precise, the thing leaped away with inhuman speed. He flees deeper into the safety of the darkness beneath the tracks. Arcueid is already nowhere to be seen. She's left the refuge of the rusted lights to follow the man into the darkness. I can feel my heartbeat in my ears. It's still early in the evening. A car passes by with its headlights blazing. A train rattles along overhead. Despite all this noise, I lose the sense of anyone around me. My glasses. I need to get my glasses back on now. If I don't, I'll see something far worse. Something so dark, so terrifying will make things that I've seen pale in comparison. But my body won't move. My eyes eagerly gaze into the darkness, as if drawn to the patchwork world that Arcueid has entered. I blink, and silence envelops me. The wind, even the smell of the earth. It's like everything has been frozen in place. Screeching. Under the ice-cold moon, an eerie noise emanates from beyond the shadows. Grinding. I shouldn't be able to see anything, or even hear. Squelching. But I did see it. My eyes catch a glimpse of the moment death meets death. My vision turns vermilion. How is it possible that these eyes see death even in pitch darkness? My glasses. If I don't get them on this minute, I think I'll lose it. Fighting off the urge to vomit, I slip on my glass with trembling hands. Light and sound return. I steel myself and scan my surroundings, but find nothing out of place under the tracks. Nobody around. A couple cars, maybe, but it's still just a normal city at night. A pocket of civilization where humans can live, sheltered from danger. An oasis where no harm shall ever befall them. I have trouble breathing. Even with my glasses on, the creature's death lingers my peripheral vision, making me sick.
アルクエイド。
Out of darkness emerges Arcueid, her footsteps unsteady. She's breathing even harder than I am.
シキ。そっか。まだ残ってたんだ。
Arcueid averts her grimacing face and sways past me. Her steps seem weak and frail. To be honest, I still haven't gone over my own nausea. Seeing Arcueid in such pain, that's now the least of my worries.
待てよ。一体どうしたんだお前。
I grab Arcueid's shoulder as she tries to leave. Arcueid turns slowly, her eyes flat.
大丈夫よ。少し疲れただけだから構わないで。シキには全然関係がないんだから。
バカ、疲れているなら休め。変に汗かいてるし、どう見ても重症だぞ。
I take hold of her arm as I try to control my own breathing.
何よ。そういうシキだって今にも倒れそうな顔してる。
俺のはただの貧血。いつものことだ。人を気にしてる余裕があるなら自分の体も気遣えよ。
いいのよ。どうせ気遣っても無駄なんだから。
Arcueid's breathing is so weak it pains me to hear.
まさかお前あの時の傷。
I can't finish the question. She got that wound protecting me. Arcueid cast her eyes downward, refusing to answer. That must be a yes.
もう何度言わせるんだこのバカ。そんな体でおとなしくできないのか。
おとなしくしてるつもりなんだけどな。
全然してない。人間離れしてるからって治りきってないのに出歩くやつがいるか。
This is making me realize just how angry I am. I can't let her do this. I can't abandon her no matter how much trouble she is.
お前本当に何してんだよ。ほら黙ってないで答えろ。話してくれるまでお前から離れないからな。
I grab her by the shoulders. Her eyes remain downcast, but she manages a slight nod.
もう割としつこいのね、あなたって。いいわ。それじゃあ場所を変えましょう。どのみちさっきのも外れだったみたいだし。
Arcueid brushes away my hands and spins on her heel. We're not headed for the shopping district, it seems. Instead, she guides me toward the park. We arrive soon enough. Did her injuries heal on the way here? She appears to be back to her usual self.
あっさり元に戻ってるし。もしかしてさっきは油断して傷を負ったとかいうオチじゃないだろうな。
え？違うよ。傷が治りかけなのは本当だってば。
治りかけなのは本当だ。本当じゃないことも言ったってことだよな。
何その言い方、すっごくいやらしいんですけど。
お前の言動が怪しすぎるんだよ。文句があるならさっき何をしてたのか話してみろ。大方予想はついてるけど何をあんな痛がってたんだ。
さて、それじゃあ式のお望み通り私が何をしていたかを話してあげましょう。
It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water.
She's clearly doing this to change the topic. Then again, this is what I wanted to know. How she's feeling can wait for the time being.
じゃあ確認からさせてくれ。さっきのやつは吸血鬼の手足になってる死者だな。あれの大元がお前の本当の敵？
なんと今度は話が早いのね、式。
そいつはどうも。俺だって少しは頭は回るからね。
うん、良きかな良きかな。式の可愛い勘違いはブローブのことだけってことね。
可愛いって言うな。仕方ないだろ。あの時は自分のことだけで手一杯だったんだから。
ふん、自分のことだけで手一杯ね。ま、そういうことにしておいてあげましょう。
Arcueid throws around like something's fun about all this and peers in my face. What's with her?
いいから話。さっきの男はもうとっくに死んでいたんだな。
そうよ。あれはあいつのしもべだから始末しただけ。下級の死者だったけど、それでも放っておくと人間を殺して力を蓄えられてしまうから。シキ、ホテルで話した吸血鬼の話、覚えてる？
Of course, I nod. The ecology of vampires. Castellans and the hierarchy of their subjects. Sires hunt and kill humans to turn them into their minions. They then hide away with those minions gather blood for them. Arcueid also spoke about the difference between Castellans and the older type of vampires. Immortal, weak to the sun, the stereotypical vampire.
それはもう教えてもらった。じゃあお前の追っている敵とやらが殺人事件の吸血鬼で間違いないんだな。
ええ、間違いないわ。たとえあいつが手を下したのは最初の一人だけだとしても、そこから発生した死者たちの殺人は全部あいつの成果になる。だから
さっきみたいに街を歩き回って吸血鬼のしもべを探していた。そうすれば親の居場所がわかるのか？
強く親に結びついたしもべならね。けど今のところ外ればっかり。棺 敵の潜伏場所が見つからないのはそれだけ多くの死者を使っているからよ。あいつが自分の手を汚すのは数回だけ。あとは死者にした人間を操って自分は眠っているだけで領地を広げていく。この町の犠牲者は100人を超えている。あなたたちが騒いでいる犠牲者なんて人知れずいなくなった人間の一部分に過ぎないわ。
Hearing it all again makes my blood run cold. 2 days ago, I thought Vlov was the cause of all of this. And being able to channel all these emotions into killing him is what kept me sane. But this time is different. The murders continue. More than 100 victims attacked, drained the blood, and killed by former humans. But then they're robbed of their rest. They become walking corpses like that clump of lines, and are made to prowl the town for more victims. It was just 3 days ago. I recall the people annihilated at the hotel. Though I was there too, I wasn't able to witness their final moments. That's why I can only imagine the butchery that took place that night. It's no different now. It's hard to fully accept the notion that there's a vampire out there thirsting for human blood, all for the sake of stretching the boundaries of its domain. But it does beg the question, how would I feel if, without the slightest warning, one of my loved ones was killed in such a horrific way? It's a morbid thing to consider, that's to be sure, but I ponder it for a second. I picture Akiha having her blood drained and being tossed away like garbage. Breath hisses between my teeth as I try to rid myself of the vertical gnawing in my brain. The very thought of that should enrage me, yet I feel strangely cold. Now's the time to think, not the time to let my emotions run rampant, I tell myself. The fact is, there's a very real possibility that this could come to pass as soon as tomorrow. It's pitiful that I never realized just how much danger we were in, but I can chastise myself for that later.
やっぱり怒ったわね、シキ。私があなたに話したくなかったのは、これは捕食される側、人間にとってどしがたいものだからよ。シキにしてみれば、吸血鬼の行為は認められないものでしょうから。
She's right. Morality and correctness have nothing to do with this. I just can't accept what they do. Even if the victims were complete strangers to me, each of them had a past and a future to call their own, all of which were dashed in an instant. I may not know what those lives were like, but that doesn't make them cheap commodities to be used and discarded. I wouldn't want to die like that, at the whim of some creature. It's just too cruel. Cruel and wrong. It's all so meaningless.
でも安心していいよ、シキ。吸血鬼たちの天敵はこの国にはいないみたいだけど、今は私がちゃんといるんだから。言ったでしょ？私の目的は町を犯している吸血鬼を退治することだって。
Arcueid brightens in a flash, a far cry from her attitude a moment ago. Honestly, her words made me feel a lot better. I know just how incredible she is, and how far she will go to protect humans. She shielded us from Vlov's eyes without a thought for herself. But it also gives me pause. An obvious question I've had since even before the fight with Vlov.
それがわからない。アルクエイドだって吸血鬼なんだろ。どうしてそんな人間の味方みたいなことをするんだよ。
私、別に人間の味方をしているわけじゃないよ。それ以外にやることがないからやってるだけだもの。
She just has nothing. She just has nothing better to do?
ま、そんなことをやっているから狙われるんでしょうけど、そこはそれ、必要経費みたいなものかしら。
いや、お前の言いたいことはまるでわからないけど、その例えだけは間違ってるぞ、きっと。
まあまあ、細かいことは気にしないで。そんな引く手あまたヘイトいっぱいな私だったけど、シキがブローブを倒してくれたでしょ。あとはこの町に潜んでいる敵を見つけてなんとか始末してみせるから。シキは今まで通り普通の生活に戻って私たちなんかに関わらなくていいんだよ。
ああ、うん、 そりゃ嬉しいけど。
Are you really sure you'll be okay on your own? The words from in the back of my mind, but I shake my head to send them away. Something must be wrong with me. Why should I care if she winds up getting herself into danger?
式？何よ、また難しい顔しちゃって。式の聞きたい話ってこれで終わりでしょ？他には何もないと思うけど。
I mean, I have about 1,000 more questions, but right now...
バカ。そりゃ難しい顔ぐらいする。これは俺たちが住んでいる町の問題なんだから。
だから気にしなくていいんだって。これからは毎日街を見て回って、もうこれ以上犠牲者は出さないようにするし。それとも、そんなに私の性能を信用できない？
I really don't want to get involved. But protecting this city, it should be responsibility of someone who lives here, not Arcueid.
アルクエイド。その、お前の言う敵は強いのか？あのブローブよりもっと。
まさか、ブローブはああ見えてもその一人よ。この町に救った吸血鬼は、ブローブより純度は落ちるわ。
そうか。ならお前がやられることはないんだな。
断言はできないわね。ちょっと前までの私なら問題なかったと思うけど、今の私は病み上がりだもの。
Hold on just a second. I nodded along without really thinking about what she said. Arcueid is on the mend?
いやいや、風邪でもひいたのかお前。というか吸血鬼って風邪ひくのか？
ええ、とんでもなく野蛮な通り魔を一つ、ね。
She's never gonna live this down.
塔の式っていう名前の悪質なウイルスなんだけど、
Shikitono?
ご存知かしら？
ああ、いや、それはその、ごめんなさい。
Pretty sure I just kicked the hornet's nest.
冗談よ。式の傷はもう治ってるわ。ただちょっと治すのに想定以上の力を使って疲れてるだけ。痛いのはブローブから受けた傷の方。こっちはまだ外を塞いでいるだけだから。
Arcueid touches her stomach lightly. I'm responsible for that wound too. She only got it because she protected me. I'm at a loss. All of Arcueid's pain has been my fault. So then why? Why doesn't she hold even the slightest grudge? How could she smile at me so innocently?
やめろよ。せめて傷が治るまでどこかで休んでればいいじゃないか。
ダメよ。ブローブと戦ったことで敵も私が来たことに気づいているはずだもの。休んだりしたらそれこそ私が弱っていると知らせるようなものだわ。
だからって今夜みたいな真似を続けていくのか？
ええ、敵の居場所がわからない以上、あいつに血を送っている死者を片っ端から潰していくしかない。そうして血の供給源を断てば本体が直に血を吸いに現れる。
それがもし明日だったらどうするんだ？弱っているのを隠したところでそんな体じゃ逆に殺されるようなものなんだろう。
I stopped short of telling her not to push herself and stare at my feet. Arcueid is right. If she shows even a hint of weakness, the vampire will come to kill her regardless. These last 2 days have taught me something. When it comes to fighting, Arcueid can be brutal to the core. Rather than avoiding personal injury, her strategy is all about finding a surefire way to take down her enemy. She prioritizes her objective above all else. She doesn't force herself into believing anything but the truth. Arcueid isn't going to stop. I won't get another chance to talk with her like this if I let her go. She's not scared of death. So why'd she have to smile like that? We could have just not seen that smile. If she just acted more like a vampire, I wouldn't feel like this.
どうしたの、シキ？体震わせちゃって、もしかしてトイレ？
No, I do mine a little bit here.
お前ってやつは
She's so carefree about all this. I lift my head. In front of me stands the woman in white. I can't pretend like none of this happened. I don't know what this feeling is, but I know I can't forget the 2 days we spent together. That's why, if I leave her now, only for her to wind up dead tomorrow, I could never forgive myself.
勘弁してくれ。ただでさえ両目が壊れてるのに、頭まで壊れかけてる。
I don't want to do with vampires anymore. The fight with Vlov flashed through my mind. Terror still lingers in my bones, enough to send a chill up my spine. It's the same now. This other vampire is supposed to be strong too. There's no need for me to involve myself. Arcueid says she can handle it, so I should just leave it to her. And yet, even though I know that's the logical thing to do, I can't let her do this alone.
ああ、もう、どうかしちまったのか、俺は。
I kick at the ground. More than anything, I'm pissed off at just how logical I'm being.
何？どうしたの、シキ？いきなり怒り出しちゃって。
そりゃ怒りたくもなる。なんだって俺はあんな目にあったっていうのに、こんなたわごとを口にしようとしているのかって。
The idea of what I'm about to utter makes me dizzy. If I had a mirror in front of me, I'd give my reflection a smack in the face.
落ち着いて。普通じゃないわよ、あなた。
ああ、普通じゃないさ。普通じゃなかったらこんなこととても口にはできないだろう。
Cursing to myself, I scratch my head like I could drag the words right out. As much as I don't want to believe it, I've already decided. I said as much, didn't I?
もう全然わかんない。ちゃんと説明しなさい。さっきからこんなことって何がこんなことだって言うの？
だからお前の体が治りきるまで手伝ってやるって、そう言いたいんだよ、俺は。
Arcueid looks taken aback. I finally got it out, in a way. Now that I've actually said the words, I start to calm down.
シキ、今の本当？
I groan. Even I still can't believe what I just said.
私、ちょっと聞き損ねちゃった。お願いだからもう一度言って。
Another groan. But it's too late to go back now. I stopped being able to lie to myself the second I said it.
早く。私。
She's really just like, say it again. Say that again? She urges me with a voice close to a whisper. Averting my gaze from her beaming face, I try my best to sound angry.
だからアルクエイドが弱ってるのは俺の責任だし、街にはびこってる化け物を放っておけないし、弱っているお前一人じゃ頼りないから、俺でよかったら手伝ってやるって言ったんだ。
Sparkle, sparkle. Arcueid's eyes practically sparkle. Oh. She grabs my hand happily and shakes it up and down.
まあ、俺じゃ大した役には立たないだろうけど、いないよりはマシだろう。
シキが手伝ってくれるなら怖いものなんて何もないんだから。
Arcueid continues giving my hand a vigorous shaking. Considering her ridiculous strength, I'm honestly afraid my arm will come out of its socket before long. But I can't bring myself to stop her. How do I put it? She looks so happy. Honestly, truly happy. Seeing that, it makes me feel like maybe I made the right choice after all, despite how insane it sounds. By the time Arcueid finally releases me from our handshake, it's almost 9. My head hurts thinking about what will happen once I get home, but that won't be for a while now that I've decided to lend my support. You've got a vampire hunt to plan.
それで これからどうするんだ？やっぱり街を歩いて死者を探すのか？
そうね。この町にいる死者を全滅させれば親元の吸血鬼は出てこざるを得なくなるでしょうし、今はそれぐらいしか手はないけど。
Is that okay with you? Her eyes ask.
いいも何も俺はアルクエイドに付き合うだけだ。餅は餅屋って言うし、専門家に従うよ。
And just as I say it, Arcueid looks at me with a wide grin on her face. Arcueid looks at me with a wide grin on her face.
なんだよ、おかしなこと言ったか俺？
四季やけに素直だなーって。
Maybe I should start acting a little tougher. I have a feeling she'll be asking crazy stuff of me if I don't draw the line somewhere.
行くぞ。街を回ればいいんだろ。さっきの高架線下とかもう一度調べてみるか？
あの区域はもういいわ。死者は互いに食い合わないよう、犠牲者の数を一区間に集中させないよう、それぞれ活動ルートを定めているの。一晩に食事をさせる死者の数は決まっている。今夜はさっきので打ち止めだと思うけど、せっかく四季がいるんだし、もうちょっと探索してみましょうか。
互いに食い合わないようにか。本格的に統率されてるんだな。もっと無差別なものかと思った。
親元の吸血鬼にしてみれば、血液の採集は娯楽じゃなくて生存するための必要作業、仕事だもの。
貴重な労働力ってわけか。でもそれだと向こうも手を打ってこないか。アルクエイドが数を減らしているんだから、ここから先は増員させるか、あるいは死者を引っ込めて姿を隠すとか。
基本的には出し渋る方でしょうね。けど吸血鬼である以上、どうしても他者から血や精を搾取しないと生存していられない。親元は私に狙われていると分かっていても、最低限の食料を得るために死者を出すしかないってわけ。
I get it. Arcueid wants to starve them out. It would be nearly impossible to find our target just by looking, so we'll have to flush them into the open. We'll cut off all their other options and give them no choice but to go out and hunt for themselves. Once they make their move, Arcueid will be able to sense them, and that's when the real hunt begins. We're going to stop this at the source, just like with Vlov.
状況は分かった。とにかく夜になったら街を歩き回ってまだ活動している死者を見つければいいんだな。
ええ。それで四季、あなたにはメガネを外してついてきてほしいんだけど、いい？
メガネを外してってなんで？
その方が確実だから。私は人間と人間じゃないものの気配を感じ取れる。あなたは聖者と死者の違いが視覚情報として読み取れる。索敵方法は大いに越したことはないでしょ。
Arcueid's explanation makes sense. Plus, I'm the one who agreed help, so there's no reason for me to decline. I just don't know if I'm comfortable with this.
あなたの体に大きく負担をかけることになるでしょうね。でもいい機会だからもう一度だけ確認したいの。四季が大丈夫だと判断するのなら、メガネを外してついてきて。
She wants me to walk around town with my glasses, huh? In the 7 years since I got these glasses, I've never once tried to do that before. Looking at inanimate objects is enough to give me a headache, so it's not hard to imagine what strolling through town with my eyes exposed would do to me. But even so... It's okay. One little headache won't kill me. Besides, a headache is nothing compared to what Arcueid has to deal with right now.
いいよ。メガネを外してついていく。それで型がつくって言うんなら、や。
そう。なら行きましょう。
I take a deep breath, remove my glasses, and set off into town. Arcueid and I walk side by side through the crowds. It's the first time since I was hospitalized that I've walked around like this. The lines in full view. I don't feel any dizziness as of yet. Simply seeing them doesn't give me too much of a headache. But while I can look at the thin lines on the buildings just fine, every glimpse of the lines tracing the people we pass makes me feel sick. Disgust surges within me. It's not the sight of their line-covered bodies that makes me feel this way. It's the unwelcome knowledge that humans can die so easily that forces bile up my throat. We continue our search. Arcueid takes each step confidently, never saying a word. We spend around 2 hours checking prominent places close to the station. But in the end, we don't find anyone resembling that clump of lines from earlier.
Shiki, メガネをかけていいわ。やっぱりもう今夜の死者はいないみたい。
I put on my glasses. My vision returns to normal, and I breathe a sigh of long-awaited relief.
そんな簡単に見切りをつけていいのか？まだ1回しか街を見回ってないけど。
一度見回れば十分よ。気配っていうのはね、多少はその場所に残留するものなの。でも街には死者の気配がどこにもなかった。食料を調達する死者はさっきので最後だったのかも。ここからはもう一段階上の死者を潰していくわ。
不機嫌そうだな、アルクエイド。
当然でしょ。せっかくシキがいてくれるのに空振りなんだもの。はあ、かっこいいとこ見せようと思ったの。
Huh. Can't I expect that to be a reason?
まあ、俺は無駄骨でも気にしないけど、そんなにご不満ならもう一度街を回っても構わないぞ。俺も今度は意識を集中してみる。もしかしたら何か見つけられるかもしれない。
ダメよ。今夜はこれ以上あなたに無理はさせられない。
無理って、別に俺は無理なんか。
してるのよ。シキ本人は気がついてないだけ。今だって顔色すごく青いし。ほら、ベンチに座って少しは楽になるんでしょ。
She guides, or rather pushes, me down onto the bench. Truthfully, I'm about to ready to throw up, so I'll take a seat for a bit. The relief is such a touch that I accidentally let out a sigh. All that tension I bottled up was released the moment I sat down. I guess I really was pushing myself too hard.
ありがとう。助かった。でも、これぐらい今までの頭痛に比べたら軽度だぞ。意識を保っていられないめまいに比べれば危ないこともないんだし。
My nausea will fade if I breathe in the fresh night air. Next to Arcueid's wound, this is nothing. He doesn't need to worry so much about... Arcueid?
弱い生き物のくせに無理はしないで。失神しなければ軽度。それは間違いよ。あなたの目に軽いも重いもない。あまり見えないものを見ようとしないで。そんなに脳を酷使したら廃人になりかねないわ。
廃人って誰が？
あなたがよ。どうしてそんなに危機感がないの？こんな希少な魔眼持ちなのに平和主義者とか美味しい獲物にも程があるし。よく今まで生きてこられたわね。ひょいってつまんで食べられるわよ、普通。
Where on earth would that be normal? And hey, I'd appreciate if she gave me the nations of the world a little credit. Even if she wants to call us complacent, it's kind of amazing that law and order prevails as much as it does.
わかった。あんまり言いたくなかったけど、ちゃんと説明してあげる。いい？四季は生物の死は見やすくて、鉱物の死は見にくいって言ってたでしょ？それはね、結局はあなたの脳の回線の問題なの。物の死、その因果を見るということは、実際は見ているではなく、読んでいるという意味合いに近いわ。 全ての事象には大元になった原因、この宇宙の始まりにしておしまいの地点、そこには全てを記録したものがある。記録というよりはあるものだから情報とは呼べない。ただあるだけ。それ自体に意思はないし方向性もありえない。この世界にあるものはその渦から流れ派生して今の形に行き着いたわ。私も四季も吸血種も人間も元はそこから始まった原子に過ぎない。もう離れすぎ複雑になりすぎてしまって原因である始まりに戻ることはできないけど、とにかくそういった位置があるのはわかるでしょ。でもね、たとえどんなに大元からかけ離れた形になっても派生した存在である以上、とても細い線だけど糸はつながっているのよ。全ての根源、全ての始まりと終わりを記録したレコード。それとつながっているものは物事の終わりを知っていることになる。高等動物の脳は受信と送信を司る機能なんだけど、大抵の人間はその回線が自分に対してのみで閉じてしまっている。けど中には潜在的に回線が開いている人間もいる。これをね、魔術師たちは超能力者って区分している。人間でありながら生まれついて何らかの魔術回路そのものという突然変異体。例えば何の神秘も学んでいないのに物の死を見てしまう人間とかね。
Sorry, Arcueid. I appreciate you explaining all this to me, but my brain barely understood a word.
いいわよ、式は理解なんかしなくて。言っておきたいのは、あんまり見えにくいものを自分から見ようとしちゃダメってこと。私は見えないから断言はできないけど、式が見てしまってるものは線だけじゃないはずよ。あなたには線の他にその起点である点も見えているんじゃない？
It's exactly as she says. Sometimes when I strain my eyes, the lines seem to form a single point. I saw something like that at the last moment of Vlov. Now that I think back...
It's time to drink water.
I drink water.
It's time to drink water.
Now that I think back, it wasn't just with Vlov. The shock may have shut my brain off from reality, but I know they were there.
そうだ。あの時、お前を殺した時も確かに点が見えてた。何個もあって、線は点と点を結ぶように流れてた。
Like blood vessels, maybe. If the lines are blood vessels, then the points are whatever brings them forth.
物の死にやすい線とその死。なんでしょうね、それ。式はその気になれば鉱物の死を見ることだって可能だと思う。けどそのために脳が生物の範疇から鉱物の範疇に回線を開いて鉱物の死を知ろうとしてしまう。それは本来ありえない運動よ。脳は過負荷を起こして式は間違いなく使い物にならなくなる。
Past the point of no return, huh?
それはこの目が死を見なくなってくれるってこと？
まさか。ねえ式、無茶をしてオーバーブローしたエンジンはどうなるのかしら。
そりゃジャンク行きだろ。一度でも焼き付いたエンジンは二度と使い物にならな。
Ah, I see. The headaches I get when I see death are the cries of an engine overheating.
わかった。ただ見えているだけなら問題はないでしょうけど、見えないものを見ようとするのだけはやめて。せいぜい血管が破裂して脳に負荷がかかるぐらいに留めておきなさい。その先に踏み込んだら生きながらにして石になるなんて末路になりかねない。そのメガネを作ってくれた魔術師には感謝しないとね。大抵の超能力者は自分の力がどんなに危険なものか知らずに使用して自分から廃人になってしまうから。まあ人間でありながら人間の社会では生きられない存在的不適合者だから、その方が幸せなのかもしれないけど。
どうやらそれが私がここに来た理由のようだし、私が君を以前の生活に戻してあげる。
That's what Master told me when she made me these glasses. However, so much it hurts to think about. That day, she saved me in more ways than one. I wouldn't be here without her.
ところで
うわ
Arcueid materialized right in my face as I'm in the middle of ruminating. This isn't good for my heart. I wish she'd let me have a moment considering what we just talked about.
なんだよ。メガネならもう渡さないぞ。
そうじゃなくて、これからどうする？もう死者は出てきそうにないし、今夜はここでお別れにする？
It's 11 o'clock. Our curfew was ages ago. I'll head home for night or talk with Arcueid a little longer. What do I do? It says notes. No, it's ellipses. Yeah, so I mentioned before, I like the Arcueid points here. This feels like one's just like, it's right here. Talk with Arcueid a little longer, so... yeah, we'll do that. I'll talk with Arcueid a little longer. There's still so much I don't understand, despite already having decided to help hunt this vampire.
いや、まだ吐き気が収まらないし、落ち着くまでここにいるよ。その間、お前に聞きたいこともあるし、町の巡回は無理でも、それぐらいならいいだろう。
そう私はいいけど、式はいいの？人間って夜は眠くなるんでしょ？
別にいいよ。もともと眠るのは苦手だし。
苦手ってことは不眠症？
いや、寝つきはいい。単に好きじゃないってこと。
ふん。夢は見ないの？
Dream? I'm not sure how to answer that.
とにかく、0時までは付き合う。そっちが話ずくめで疲れてるなら、このまま帰るけど。
全然疲れてない。むしろ全力で受けて立つわ。
そうなんだ。元気があって羨ましいけど、勢い余って暴れ出すなよ。
そんな無駄なことするわけないし。もう、式は私のことなんだと思ってるの？なんか誤解してない？
大丈夫。そこは完璧ブレてない。アルクエイドのことは、手加減のできないやりすぎ吸血鬼だと思ってる。
Time to barrage her with questions. What do I want to know about? Yeah, vampires in as much detail as possible. I cannot choose two. I can only choose 1 and 3. Your battle time when we fought Vlov and vampires in as much detail as possible. What are the 27 ancestors there? So that's interesting. Okay. Okay. Might save over to everyone like seeing her face like this. Huh. Yeah, vampires as much detail as possible or battle tire. Yeah, I feel like we kind of already got a decent bit. We could probably know more. She just brings out the whiteboard again and everything here, like fucking. This sounds like we could probably get another point with her here, quite frankly. So, yeah, what's up with that tire? Oh, we got the goofy music here. This is a good chance to ask. No, the best chance. I've actually been insanely curious about it.
ブローブと戦っていた時に着てた服、見せて。
Can I see it? Yep. I had a feeling she'd look at me like that. But I just can't get that image out of my
あ
head.
の時は遠くにいたからよく見えなくて。なんか、今と違う服装になってなかった？
With all my being, I muster a tone suggesting simple scientific curiosity. If Arcueid thinks I have ulterior motives, that's on her.
ああ、ブローブ対策で表面を変えていた時のこと？疲れるからやりたくないんだけど、レシピはまだ残して
You
る
got
か
the
ら。
recipe? Oh! Cool!
これでいいの？
I like how she had a little flower on her head. All good, she asks. as the sight before me wasn't positively breathtaking. There stands her beautiful flowing form. Soft gloves envelop her arms in a silken embrace. The shoulders are open, revealing gorgeous, immaculate skin. So this is what it's like to be at a total loss for words. Achingly beautiful is the only phrase that comes to mind to describe the alabaster vision. An incomprehensible groan of admiration escapes from my lips. It's hard to believe the thing before me is the same vampire who's caused me nothing but trouble today. I wonder if she wouldn't come back to the mansion wearing that. That would certainly be something to see.
これ私の洗濯ミストか
Where'd your flower go?
ないんだけどブローブの原理が寒さだと見抜いていればもっとあったかいイメージで固めてたわ
Now she mentioned it, the air does feel colder around her. It almost looks like the glimmering crystals of ice are swirling in the air.
そっか耐熱仕様なんだもんな。そりゃ冷房機能もついてるか。
そうくれぐれも触らないでね触れると四季も凍っちゃうからこれは私自身の守りじゃなくてブローブに組みついた時炎を消すために作ったものよ
The best defense is good offense, huh? How very like Arcueid. Still, and I hate to admit this, she really is a princess.
も
Here it is.
う何を難しそうな顔してもしかして四季私の失敗を見て楽しいの
そんなわけあるか。これが失敗なら世の中の9割は失敗だ。普段からこの格好はダメだよな。目立ちすぎる。第一、他のやつに見せるなんてとんでもない。これは
Just me.
そうじゃあ気に入ったってこと
The realization of what I just said crashes over me like a wave. Because of the sight in front of me, I failed to stop myself from saying something so stupid.
まあそれなりに一緒に戦うときお前がいろいろできると頼りになるだろう
Something, anything to salvage of this. It seems she's happy to be a big help.
もちろん私基本的に万能だから殺すことしか能のない士気を最大限にサポートするね
Maybe I went a little too far. Now I'm pretty sure she intends to launch me at her enemies like a tennis ball. Tonal ball, even. Honestly, it may be my fault for coming up with such a crazy plan when we fought Vlov.
ところでその服名前とかあるのか
名前そんなのいちいち決めないけどドレスコードはそうね氷河をまとうかなそういうイメージで作ったわ
じゃあブローブの力を見抜いていたら
キラーウェアをイメージしていたでしょうねあそこは今も活動している火山だから
Admittedly, I would have loved to see her in a Hawaiian style.
ねえそろそろ着替えていい力無駄に使いたくないし
Well, I may be sad to see the dress go. I have no grounds to stop her. I tell her it's fine, trying to keep my composure all the while. A more compelling question comes to mind.
なあブローブとの戦闘服がなんでドレスなんだ社交界に行くわけでもあるまいし
社交界ってそういうものでしょ
なるほど
Apparently, vampires' big shots spend all their time at each other's throats. The hands of the clock have reached their zenith. While we were talking, midnight snuck up on us.
もう日付が変わっちゃうねもったいないけどそろそろ休んでもらわないと
俺ならまだ元気だけど
それは四季がそう思ってるだけよ今夜はここでお別れにしましょうどうせまた明日には会えるんだから
Arcueid begins moving away with a little dance step, still looking my way.
明日って、ちょっと待て。待ち合わせ場所とかどうするんだよ。
ここでいいよ。時間は10時頃がちょうどいいかな。おやすみなさい、式。また明日ここでね。
There's no stopping her. After offering a cheerful wave, she departs.
No.
The mind wants to complain, but the heart just isn't in it. She may be trouble, but even more than that, she's cute.
なんだよ、今の顔。
She's dangerous. How could I ever miss our plans if she's going to look at me like that? I make it back to the mansion. Not a single light brightens the building. The door isn't locked.
つい、ちゃんと開けててくれたんだ。
I let out a grateful sigh. So as not to wake anyone, I end up tiptoeing to my room. Another sigh, this time from relief, escapes as I settle onto the bed. Arcueid is right. My body is thoroughly exhausted. It feels like the mattress sucking me in. Still lying down, I let out a massive breath. Again, I'm working with Arcueid. Fate just keeps dragging me back into her blast radius.
でも仕方ないじゃないか。放っておけなかったんだから。
Maybe I don't want to. Maybe I'm drawn to her, to all her beauty and all her hidden humanity. How stupid of me. I've already killed once with these hands, so what am I losing my mind over? The whole reason I'm even touching this vampire hunting business for the city I call home. I don't want to die, so I have to help out.
そうだ。それ以外。
I close my eyes. Glasses off. Sleep takes me over, a giant hand pulling my body and my consciousness into a deep darkness. Whatever happens, I'll be fighting alongside her again. Right now, I should just get ready for tomorrow. Alright, that's part 1 done. Yes, I would like to make a save. Save over here. And Mystic Guy's Death Perception 2. Oh, this one's red. That's scary. The other was like kind of blue. Is there one title called Red for anyone else? Alright. Gonna wait for a text. Because yeah, I'm gonna say let's go to the bathroom real quick here. So I'm gonna do that real quick here. Let this music play out here, so. Do not go anywhere. I will be right back after my little men's business here. So let me get the BRB screen up here. Yeah, music's still playing. Just sounds very fucking low looking at the volume mixer here, but I think it's fine. Anyway, yeah. Give me like a minute or two. I'll do the stuff and we'll be right back and probably go for like another hour or two in Tsukihime Remake here, so yeah. Where's my things at? Here you are. BRB. Okie dokie. We are back from the little men's room. Did the thing, washed our hands afterward and stuff like that. More remake, Tsukiremake Hime. I'm gonna do something real quick here. Yeah, just to play it safe, I'm gonna go and unplug this, replug it back in again real quick here. See what this looks like with the thing still on here. Like it does that, and I'll do this afterward. Probably got to refresh, like turn it on and off here. Yeah, so let me do. There we go. Okay. Yeah, thankfully, during that beginning session, the beginning half of the session, it hasn't like the thing I mentioned where it's just like, why is it cutting out on and off like that for the audio? They are getting a little concerned, but it's still pretty much working as functional. Like maybe a minor hiccup here and there. I'm just like it happens and shit. But no, didn't get the thing I was afraid over. Just like it's just gonna cut out abruptly. It's like, oh fuck me, man. So yeah, we're still good on that front. Gonna go and unplug my controller here now. It's pretty much fully charged up. I'm gonna do more cozy sitting here. You gotta be squirming my chair here sometimes. I'm trying to get my wires fixed here too. There we go. Okay. Alright, day 8, Mystic Guys of Death Perception Part 2. Here we go. The estate was our playground back then. A forest as deep and vast as the ocean. A house that looked more like a castle. Each day a new adventure would unfold in our kingdom. There was so much to explore. Every day was fun. We had no idea that we ever grow up. Doing the same things day in and day out, but never getting bored. We were just children, playing and yelling like puppies. We got along well. We were regular partners in crime. Aki was always there when I looked for her. I would wave at her, and she'd get all embarrassed and hide. Yeah, the same as always. The estate was our playground back then. A forest as deep and vast as the ocean. A house that looked more like a castle. Each day a new adventure would unfold in our closed little world. There was so much to explore. Hold on real quick, I'm gonna get my phone real quick here. My phone's on my bed, so I know you gotta be on the side of me, everyone. I wanna check something real quick. Come back here. Yeah, here we go, okay. Headphones going back in. Foogie picking up the controller again. I wake from a peaceful slumber. The morning light pulled me from my deep sleep. My dream. I feel like I dreamed of something from a long time ago. Those horrendous things assault my vision when I open my eyes. My head feels like it's going to split open at the temples. It's a clear day. The sun bathes the garden in such a vivid light that I can even spot it from my bedroom. Rays of aching bright sunlight illuminate every nook and cranny of my surroundings. My glasses. I try to extend my hand to take them from beside my pillow, but notice something strange. There's no sensation in my arms or legs. I can clearly think of what I want them to do, but the signal doesn't seem to reach. It's like I've got locked-in syndrome. I suffered a time in silence, unable to even close my eyelids. The sunlight begins to soften. Feeling returns to my arms and legs. Taking a deep breath, I finally managed to get my glasses to seal away that sight. Exhaling, I free myself from the bed's confines at last. That was nothing of note. It happened all the time during my stay in the hospital. Whenever I was exhausted, my vision would go blurry and my limbs would become paralyzed. My appetite would totally disappear too. This is just what happens when I spend too much time looking at things with my naked eyes.
けど今のは
I think I could see them more clearly than I used to. The lines on buildings have always seemed thin to me. It's rare for them to be that distinct. What was once just a lingering headache now feels like I took a bullet to the brain. I remember what Master once told me. She said my eyes could end up attracting unpleasant things. Arcueid also said not to use my eyes too much.
It's time to drink water.
Said drink water instead.
It's time to drink water.
That doing so would destroy my mind. And this is what I get for involving myself in vampires. Not only do I have to face danger when I fight them, but now I provide danger to my everyday life. Though there's no use dwelling on it, I knew this was going to happen when I decided to help Arcueid.
そうだよな。これぐらいどうってことない。
Sitting around doing nothing wouldn't be productive anyway. There's no stopping until Soya's free of vampires. I'm only helping her because I want to protect Akiha and the other people I care about.
よし。
I quickly get out of bed, trying to clear my head of any unpleasant thoughts. I should get changed and thank Hisui for last.
あれ
Come to think of it, Hisui isn't here. It's a little after 7. Hisui would usually be here to wake me up.
寝坊したのかな、翡翠。
But my theory is swiftly rebuked when I notice there's a change of clothes prepared on my desk. Maybe she had something more important to do. I'm curious about what might have diverted her attention, but it's really none of my business. There's not much time to spare, so I'll just get into my uniform and head downstairs. Oh! Memories of yesterday's events hit me the moment I opened a door. Sometimes I'm amazed even myself. The fact that I managed to forget all about something as disastrous yesterday has me genuinely concerned for my own well-being. The worries about my mental health can wait until after surviving what comes next. I stand there at the open door, frozen like a sculpture and unable to venture inside. Meanwhile, in the parlor, Akiha's seated on the sofa, just like she was last night. Kohaku's standing beside her as usual. Up until now, Akiha has always greeted me with a "Good morning, Shiki." But today, she won't even look in my direction. Needless to say, it is all because I left last night without explaining anything about Arcueid. It almost looks like she's just lounging, but animosity is radiating from her every pore. You cut the tension with a knife.
おはようございます、四季さん。
Hey, oomph.
朝ごはんの前にお茶にいたしますか？
Guess Kohaku doesn't have to worry about any of this.
おはよう、琥珀さん。お茶はまた落ち着いた時に。
I return Kohaku's greeting and enter the parlor properly. Akiha side-eyes me as I timidly cross the room. Can't let myself cave to her silent intimidation. It's times like these when a person's resourcefulness is truly put to the test. I should... oh boy. Greet her with plenty of cheer, just say already, or apologize immediately. I'm gonna say probably apologize here. Let's do that. Then I'm gonna be able to talk my way out of this one. Anything I say is likely to just pour gasoline on the fire. My only option is to apologize as quickly and sincerely as I can. Better say sorry before she can start grilling me.
昨夜のことだけど、あれは。
兄さん、一つだけ忠告してよろしいですか？
Oh no. But before I can apologize, Akiha cuts me off. Her voice cold enough to send shivers up my spine.
兄さんは遠野家の長男なんですから、いたずらに謝罪の言葉を口になさらないように。謝るということは、自分が悪いと認めることです。その場合、遠野家の長男に相応の罰則を与えなくてはいけなくなるでしょう。
Force her? More like allow her. Just look at that wicked smile on her face. If I can't apologize, then all that's left for me is to perish. Goodbye. Time to get up before she kills me.
すまない、秋葉。遠野家の長男として朝食を取りに食堂に行きたいんだけど、いいかな。
I need to retreat.
兄さん、
Oh god. My feet stopped dead in their tracks at Akiha's glacial tone.
食事の前に話があります。どうぞ、ソファーに座ってください。
Her tone makes it apparent that resistance is futile. I've dug my own grave, and I do believe this may be my last day on Earth. Now that flight is off the table, my only option is to fight.
わかった。できる限り手短に頼む。
I quietly sit down on the sofa across from Akiha. Waka prepares a cup of tea for me as I do. She's giving off a positive vibe that helps cheer me up on just a tad. Of course, Akiha may be the head of the family, but she's still my little sister. I don't think this will be totally one-sided. I take a sip of my tea and meet Akiha's gaze.
それで、どんな話？
昨夜の女性と成功なされたのですか？
Getting right into it. Yeesh, I'm lucky I didn't burn myself. Akiha's first pitch was an unbelievable fastball. I thought I was going to choke my tea for a second.
兄さん、私の話を聞いてます？
聞いてるよ。よく聞こえてる。
それでは答えてください。昨夜の女性について、できる限り正確に、嘘偽りなく。
その条件だと何も口にすることができない。
私を怒らせないでと忠告したはずですが。
Wait, so that was a warning?
いや、無理難題の匂いがプンプンしてきたな。
なんです？声が小さくて聞こえません。一体あの女の方は兄さんにとってどのような方なんですか？
どうと言われても協力関係というか友達のようなもの。
夜中に出かけるほどのご友人なんですね。ええ、私だって兄さんが将来どなたと関係を持とうと意見する気はありませんけど、兄さんはまだ学生でしょ？遠野家の長男がどこのものともわからない女性と夜な夜な相引きをしているだなんて、そんな恥知らずなことは慎むべきではないでしょうか。
So that's what my relation with Arcueid looks like to her.
待て、アキハ。まず初めに言っておくと、俺とあいつはそういう関係じゃない。俺はあいつの探し物に手を貸してるだけで、用が済んでしまえばもう二度と会わない関係なんだよ。
その割には随分と親しそうでしたけど、それは私の気のせいだと言うんですね、兄さんは。あの方とはあくまで一時的な損得だけの関係だと。
Akiha's gaze is ice cold. All I have to do is say yes, and that will be the end of the conversation. But something is holding me back. It's true that we're both getting something out of our partnership, but I also don't want to admit that that's all there is to it.
それは親しくはないけど、損得だけで手を貸してるわけじゃないというか。
でしょうね。今まで見たこともないほどの慌てようでしたから。何事も真剣になってくれない兄さんが感情をあらわにするなんて。
そこまで慌ててないし、薄情でもない。あいつがうちに来るなんて思ってもいなかったから驚いただけだ。
そうですか。あの女の方は落ち着いた様子で兄さんのことをずっと待っていましたけど。
She gives me a sidelong glance, obviously trying to imply something. It looks like Akiha is fully convinced that Arcueid and I are dating.
あのな、アキハ。勘違いもそこまでにしてくれ。そもそも俺とあいつが知り合ったのは
Because I killed her. I stopped myself before the truth slips out. There's no reason for Akiha to know, it's not like she'd believe me anyway. I also can't think of another explanation. All I can manage is some half-hearted mumbling.
答えられないのでしたら質問を変えましょうか。先ほどから兄さんはあいつあいつと繰り返していますが、あの女性のお名前は？
名前はアルクエイドだけど。
そうですか。ということはお知り合いになったのは学校ではありませんね。兄さんの高校には留学生はいませんから。
I can fix my mic arm real quick here. Hold on a minute. Akiha's right. We don't have any exchange students. But why does she even know that?
それで兄さんはあのような方と一体どこで知り合ったんです？
街で知り合ったんだよ。その偶然。
偶然ですか。ではアルクエイドさんの方から声をかけてきたんですね。
ああ、いや、声をかけたのは俺の方だけど。
If by initiate contact you mean murder in cold blood, she tracked me down after that, but I'm the one who started it.
どうして声をかけたんです？兄さんはアルクエイドさんとは何もないのに。それとも初めはそういうおつもりだったんですか？
Akiha's interrogation is mercilessly precise. With every question, she's closing in on the truth. She's got me like a deer in headlights. If this goes any further, I won't be able to lie my way out of it. It sucks to do it this way. I don't have any other choice. I have to end this whatever way I can. No, if you're talking about like the sex scene, no, this is the remake. They can't do that in the fucking console version. Wait, hello, Shalukar. And I can't even stream that! Like, fucking... Once I put like a big sensor in front of it all, but I don't want to do that!
ああ、もうとにかくあいつとは何でもない。大体な、俺が何をしようがアキハには関係ないだろ。どうせ形だけの長男なんだから、誰と付き合ったところで遠野家に迷惑はかけないはずだ。
It's cowardly use being disowned as my argument. I can't think of another way to get Akiha to back off. Akiha narrows her eyes for a moment, then takes a deep breath as she stands. That's weird. I was expecting another sharp-tongued retort, but instead she looks away.
私だってこんなことは言いたくありません。ただあの人は嫌な感じがするんです。他の相手なら仕方がないと諦めます。けれど兄さんがあの人に気を許すのなら、なんだか私がバカみたいじゃないですか。
Yes, I do stream and then Fate Stay too. He didn't sense and said, I imagine there's like some leeway you have at the very least or whatever and stuff like that and shit. But it's not some guy I don't want to fucking tiptoe around. It's like if I see raw nipple, I'm like, I'm out of here. I'm banned for life. Like There's some unpleasant about the woman if ever anyone else was Smithy or right, but where does it lead me if this is who you'll open up to? For some reason, Akiha bites her lip in frustration as she speaks.
どうしたんだアキハ。なんかおかしいぞお前。
もういいです。兄さんは兄さんのなさりたいようご自由になさってください。
Akiha exits the parlor with uncharacteristically heavy steps.
もう四季さん、
Oh no,
今
angry
のは
oomph.
ひどいですよ。アキハ様がおかわいそうです。恋人を連れてくるのでしたら
At least bring someone a little more normal.
そうすればアキハ様も納得してくださったでしょうに。
Gohaku heaves a heavy sigh and chases after Akiha. Hisui sees me off when I leave the mansion. I'm a little worried about Akiha, but I don't think running after her would have helped, considering the root of her anger is Arcueid. But I feel bad, I'll have to wait until this vampire business is over.
でもどうだろう。考えたこともなかったけど。
Is telling her everything an option? I mean, we tried, but it's like, it didn't work out. Like, fucking. She may not believe it, but maybe I should tell her about the fact. You did! Like, it didn't work! They do endanger all of Sawyer, after all.
そうだよな。例えばネットで噂話として流すとか。
I take my phone out of pocket as I walk. It wouldn't make for the most credible source, but I could write everything I know on some message board. Any interpretation would be up to the reader. Yelling at people to try to get them to believe you will only have the opposite effect. But if it's on the net, it may at least reach urban legend status.
もしもし、そこの君、ちょっと。
I stop. Turning around. This guy? There's a sharp-dressed man I've never seen before.
俺のことですか？うん、君。だって君以外にこんな道歩いてる子いないでしょ。
He's got a point. At most, the road leading up to the Tono mansion may see a couple cars passing by from time to time. But the only ones actually walking the street are probably me and our housekeepers.
それでさ、君さ、今この家から出てきたよね。もしかして中で働いている使用人さんの子かな。ならラッキーだよ。すごくラッキー。あ、俺じゃなくて
You really want her some
君が
cool
ね。
cash, kid?
お小遣い欲しくない？遠野家の人の話とかちょっと知りたいんだよね。
I keep my distance. It's not because his overly casual way of talking bothers me. I'm actually more scared of just how serious he is. It's like every word is carefully crafted to ensure I'll let down my guard.
あ、もしかして野じ馬だと思われてる？まあ野じ馬なんだけど、ちゃんと報酬弾むよ。特に知りたいのは、ほら、最近帰ってきたっていう長男の話。来たばっかりで写真資料もなくてさ、どんな外見なのか、好きな食べ物とか好きな女の子のタイプとか、ぶっちゃけ何に弱いのか教え。
The man hops from side to side, holding his crotch. Did I just kick him in the nuts? Owned. Oh no, you did. Dude, it's Super Mario from Melty Blood Type Bloom, and the other guy that was like part of the DLC got the update. He was the puppet character in that game. You're bringing it home, dumbass. You're clearly talking to the kid himself. There's a child with him? Behind the man is a boy who looks about 12 years old. He must be the one who kicked him in the balls.
マジっすか。全くブルジョワの匂いがしませんよね。
どんな匂いだそれ。金に匂いなんてねえだろ。それとも手垢の匂いってことか？
いえ、違います。成金だけ、一部の成金だけですってば。ほら、一日の半分を金勘定で浪費する氷菓子みたいな。
そりゃうちのジジイのことか。上司批判とは随分太いな、安藤。
What is happening? Maybe I should call the cops?
ああ、そこ、無言で110番コールしない。なんで今時の若い子はドライに無駄なことばっかりするかな。
I look up from my phone, already halfway through to dialing the number to call the authorities. How deep you are in the lore. So I have like some at the time when, because yeah, I'm more experienced just playing like the fighting games of like Melty Blood, of like the original Melty Blood, like whatever, like the fucking the one before Type Lumina, mostly those two. I did look at some things that like because I wanted to learn more about these characters and just Nasuverse in general and stuff like that. But as far as like actually experiencing this stuff, this is pretty much my first time going through this here and stuff like that, which is definitely different from just like looking at other things here and there, you know. So like just doing like a little hand motion, like kind of like that, like fucking. Yeah, I look up for my phone, or halfway through dialing the number to call the authorities. The man is holding out a black ID. It may be my first time ever seeing one, but I still recognize it as a badge.
警察手帳って、もしかして刑事さん？
Yeah, I think it's I think it's probably Cadenza. I don't remember the full fucking sub. It's pretty much just like the most recent one before the reboot with Type Lumina and stuff like that and shit.
そうだよ。怪しいもんじゃないよ。刑事さんだよ。警視庁捜査第一課、安藤優吾。
Hey, you go.
なのにさ、昨日から門前払いでさ。こっちはちょっと話を聞きたいだけなのに、アポ取れって一点張りでさ。なんで仕方なく国道で張り込みしてたわけ。
I never seen a more suspicious detective in my life. Still, though, regardless of whether that badge is real or not, I'd like to know more about why he's been staking out my house. What should I do? These guys are bad news. Just ignore them. I'm not really in the mood, but I'll ask what he wants. Let's do a save. Save right here. Let me see. I think we'll ask him what he wants. I'll try to figure out what they're doing. Unless I find out what they're after, I won't know how to deal with them.
俺でよければ話ぐらいは聞きますけど。要件は何ですか？うん。北口駅前の火災のことだよ。ほら、当日と翌日まで現場を仕切ってた警備会社、お宅の子会社でしょ？もう引き上げちゃったけど、当日の責任者と話をしたいんだよね。そうだったんですか。それは知りませんでした。ですので、俺には分かりかねます。何？長男なのに知らないの？そりゃ困った。やっぱり妹さんの方が実権握ってるわけ？どうしてそんな話を？口頭無形だとは思いますけど、あの火災の原因は東のグループの過失だとでも？そんな方針は持ってない。ありゃどっから見ても自然発火だし。問題は別っていうか、まあ、お家の人ならバラしてもいいか。もう知ってるだろうしね。昨日さ、地下陥没の瓦礫の下からちょっと良くないというか、意味わかんないもんが出てきてね。鑑識もお手上げ状態でさ、記録だと10年くらい前に当の牧久が相場を上回る高額で買い取ったとある。
There's like they found the body there. Like, oh fuck. Are you gonna play Fate Extra to Paper Rock Scissors? So I did actually play that like a long time ago. Actually, really did enjoy my time with it, even with like the rock paper scissors shenanigans here. At some point I would like to stream that again because I do like that game's story and stuff like that. It'll have to be like sometime after I do a stream of like Fate Stay Night though, which I probably plan on doing sometime after this at the very least here and shit, you know. But that would be fun to do at some point later down the road. And I think some time ago they completed the translation for CCC, if I'm right, because I haven't messed around with that. I would love to do that too and shit maybe. Found a game complete at Garage says I got 2 copies of it. Ooh.
そのあたりの事情聞きたいんだよね。なんで駅前の一等地を買っておいて公園になんかしちゃったのかなとか。俺には何とも。牧久は亡くなりましたので。話はそれだけですか？いや、妹さんに取り継いでくれないの？ちゃんと身分と目的話したよね。あいにく妹は忙しい身なのでお引き取りください。話がしたいのならしかるべき手続きをしてからどうぞ。
I turn on my heel and start down the hill. Now I know what they're after. While I don't know the details, there's no way I'm letting such a shady detective meet with Akiha.
Oi!
A higher-pitched voice calls out to me. I was planning on ignoring him since he's with that weird detective, but something about the boy's voice makes me hesitate.
正義感も結構だが、部をわきまえな。人間らしい死に方をしたいんなら、この辺りが引き際だぜ。
なんだって？
Oh yeah, you're talking about like Extella. I played them like a little bit, just offhandedly at like a friend's place a little bit. Thought they're okay-ish, just going off of, like the little minutes I played or whatever here and stuff like that. I imagine the story in them get a little bit kooky though, like fucking. I don't really plan on covering those. I do want to take a look at Samurai Remnant though. So I heard a lot of good things about that though and shit. That gets me to stop and look back. Did he say a human's death?
何が言いたいんだ君。
言いたいことは今ので全部だ、マヌケ。これで聞かなきゃ勝手に死んでな。ほら、帰るぞ、アンド。いい加減食事時だ。ケ
Fucking
ーキ
starving.
食わせろ、ケーキ。チーズと蜂蜜たっぷり
Cheesy
の
ones
や
with a
つな。
bunch of honey.
仰せのままに。なんで俺、日本に来てまでボンボンのおもりしてんだろうな。
The strange pair get into a car parked alongside the road and drive down toward the station. Looks like the mansion was under police surveillance. And they said something about the land north of the station being owned by the Tono family?
いや、ただの偶然だ。
It has to be. The only reason that place collapsed is because Arcueid acted before thinking. There's no connection between what happened near the station and who owns the land. I gulp down the apprehension rising in my throat. Pulling myself together, I begin my long descent. The rest of my day has been normal so far. It's fourth period, social studies. Our teacher recites dry textbook material from the front of the room. As I listen to lecture, I take full advantage of my window seat and stare at my reflection. I can't focus. It's not that the lesson is boring. I just can't wrap my head around everything that's happened outside of school. A fire that claims so many lives. A vampire terrorizing our home. How can I sit in class while knowing the truth about all this? The answer is obvious. I'm abnormal. Most people would either lock themselves in their homes or run away. Yet here I am, still trying to have a normal life. Trying to convince myself that vampires aren't worth giving up the life I've led up till now. But the truth is, I feel guilty giving this up. Dude! I'm not gonna get over seeing this motherfucker! Mummy jump scare! It makes me think about that conversation I had with Goto's psyche. To put in his terms, education and investment in one's future. Abandoning the future for a little safety now will be getting my priorities backwards. Besides, I'm living on Antonio's family dime. I owe it to them for to at least show up to school. It's not just my duty, it's my obligation. I don't know if I'm being overly compliant or stubborn, or just stupid. Master told me to become a person who does what he thinks is right. I intend to follow her advice. Having a normal life like this is part of that too. I squint my eyes at the sun filtering through the window. There's only 20 minutes left till the end of the fourth period. Fifth period will be my last class for today. My thoughts shift to how I'll be working with Arcueid again once night falls. The face in the wind's reflection smiles back at me. I wipe the stupid grin off my face. Our nighttime patrols aren't for fun, so why am I smiling like an idiot? There's gotta be a limit to my daydreaming. I've even started hallucinating about her now. I can practically see her gracefully crossing the schoolyard. Wait, are you freaking kidding me? I lean over a little to get a better look, careful not to interrupt class. Or be noticed, for that matter. Please tell me my eyes are playing tricks on me.
It's time to drink water.
She's over here telling me to drink water right now.
It's time to drink water.
Nope, not a hallucination. Regrettably, I'm still sane. Any way you cut it, this is reality. So the question becomes whether that damn vampire has gone completely bonkers. What am I supposed to do? What is she planning? Will my school not be able to survive if I leave her unsupervised? Deep breaths. Calm down. Everything's okay. The other students haven't noticed, and I don't hear any nearby classes making a fuss. Thankfully, it looks like she is only visible from this classroom. This goddamn weapon of mass destruction. Cradling my head, I curse her with all my heart. But that isn't gonna help me fix this mess. There's 20 minutes until lunch. I can't even imagine the chaos she could wreck with that much time on her hands. Oh, fuck. I love this ignore with all I've got. Yeah, I'm focused with all I got. Intercept her with all I got here. Let's save. Love the notes in the top right. A totally normal day. Alright, let's go say hi to Oomph. The god... Fucking... The goddess of war favors the swift. This growling calamity needs to be nipped in the bud. I should get her out of here before she causes some kind of trouble.
Sensei, 気持ち貧血なので保健室に行ってきます。
Hands balled in the fist, I single-mindedly make my way to the door. There's no time to wait for the teacher's permission. I slip out of the room while everyone's still trying to register what happened.
Ah, 来た来た。
Whoa.
そんな全力で走ってくるなんて、仕切ったら元気なんだ。
I stare at her gobsmacked. When did she get here? She must have looped all the way around from the schoolyard to the courtyard. Thank goodness there aren't any classrooms facing this direction.
でも、学校って狭くてシンプルなんだね。外から見た感じ、もっと硬くて頑丈で、アリ塚みたいにバーッと広がってると思ったのにな。これじゃ普通の建物だよね。うん、子犬っぽい感じで私は好きだけど。
お前、ちょっと来い。
There's no time for pleasantries. I take Arcueid's hand and start running without another word. Our destination is behind the gym, far away from prying eyes. We'll stand out too much if I lead her out the main gate. The back entrance is my best bet.
ちょっと、こんなところに連れ込んでどういうつもり？ここ、全然面白くない。
Arcueid isn't happy, but it's not like any part of the campus is fun in the first place.
どういうつもりか。そりゃこっちのセリフだ。お前歩く爆弾かなんかなのか。
え？歩く爆弾って。
Hold on, let me just
私が？
need to just see a not a covered version with the cat ears here. Hell yeah.
そうだよ。それでも控えめな描写だよ。なんだって昼間から歩き回って、かつ俺の学校にやってきてるんだ。お前、昼間は弱くなるんだろう。傷だって治ってないよな。
それはそう。
Oh, now sad cat ears.
シキが手伝ってくれるんだし、昼間のうちに手がかりを見つけておこうかなって。昨日みたいにシキに無駄なことはさせられ。
それこそ余分な気遣いだっての。協力すると言った以上、どんな作業だって一緒にやるんだから。夜俺を心配させて楽しいのか、お前は。
うん、ごめんなさい。
いや、分かってくれればいいって。アルクエイド。
だから心配させてごめんなさい。
I could swear I just heard my heart emit a single audible thump. I, never thought she'd apologize. Honestly, I was expecting this to escalate. What am I even supposed to do if she's looking at me like that?
でもシキも悪いんだよ。下からずっと見てたのに、私に気がついてくれないんだもの。どこから中に入っていいのかわからないし、
いっそのこと式のいるとこまで駆け上がるところだったんだから。
いや待て、駆け上がるって3階の俺の教室まで。
ええ、デコボコもあって足場には困りそうにないし、飛びやすいでしょ、あそ。
I take it back. She's as clueless as ever.
助かった。そんなことされてたら授業どころの話じゃなかった。
I let out a relief sigh. She probably went mostly unnoticed out in the schoolyard.
とにかく反省したんならいい。それでうちの学校に何の用なんだよ。手がかりを探しているとか言ってたけど。
何ってただの調査よ。ローラー作業ってやつ。死者の気配がないんだもの。足で手がかりを見つけないとね。
それはご苦労様。今が夜だったらなお言うことないけどな。
次からは気をつけるわ。それでこの辺りを歩いているうちに四季の匂いがして、そういえばここって四季の通っている学校なんだって気がついたら、つい
校庭に入ってきたと。猫かと思ったけど犬かお前は。
Some kind of
失礼
animal.
ね。ちゃんと確証があったからやってきたのよ。他の場所に比べてここは死者の気配がないんだもの。どんなものか実際に見ておかないとまずいでしょ。
いやまずくないだろう。死者の気配がないんなら関係ないってことなんだから。実際学校では事件も事故も起きないし、夜になると誰もいなくなる。死者が人間を襲うとしたら学校じゃなく街に出るだろう。
まあそういえばそうだけど。
ここに異常なんかないよ。吸血鬼の気配はわからないけど、俺だって死を見る目を持ってるんだ。死者が歩いてればメガネをつけていても異常だって気がつくし。
わかったわ。四季がそう言うんならここに異常はないかもしれない。
ないかもしれないじゃなくてないんだって実際。
Arcueid doesn't look convinced.
やば、昼休みになっちゃった。
Now the students will start wandering around outside. Our hiding spot behind the gym just got less secure.
とにかくこれ以上ここにいられると騒ぎになる。ちゃんと約束は守るから、お前は早く帰って体を休めておくこと。
ふん。なんだか私を追い出したいみたいな口ぶりね、四季。そんなにここにいられると迷惑？
迷惑じゃないけど、いろいろ頭が痛いんだよ。気に入ったならまた都合のいい時に案内してやるから、今は早く外に出てくれ。
I push Arcueid from the back. Arcueid makes to leave, though it does seem like there's a word or two she'd like to say. Phew! The tension finally drains from my body as I sigh. I should go eat something to build up some energy for tonight. Did I just hear a sound from behind the bicycle rack? I casually walked to the shadowy section at the back. There's no one here. It was probably just a stray cat or something. I find Naruhiko in the classroom after I get back from lunch. He wasn't there in the morning, so I'm guessing he just came to eat. Naruhiko's got no shame, even when he comes unfashionably late. If rumors of Arcueid had spread through the school, then this guy would have definitely given me hell. I'm lucky that Arcueid actually went home.
なんすかその冷め切った目。かわいそうだけど、サイン券抜かれたら1枚10円で売られる CD なんだな。みたいな目で人を見るのやめてくれない？
そうか、悪かった。ちょっと一悶着あって疲れててさ、つい本音を隠しきれなかった。
マジっすか？でも隠すべきは今の発言の方ですよ。
Naruhiko chatters away as he walks over to his desk, and right past it toward the class's rear exit. This guy's actually gonna eat lunch, then dip.
じゃあ今日も一日ご苦労さん。俺はネット越しにたくさんの仲間とちょっと世界を救ってくるわ。
Haruhiko heads for the door with a grin. Before he leaves,
なあ、北口駅前が物騒だって前に言ってたけど、それ以外にヤバめなところって言えばどこだ？
I throw out the question on a whim.
なんだい突然に。北口デパート並みにヤバめなスポットなんてそうそうねえぞ。強いて言うならあれか？伏塚の廃病院じゃねえか？2年前までヤンキーどもの集会場になってたものの、今じゃ誰も寄りつかなくなったっていう。
櫛塚って二駅隣のか。でも廃墟が物騒なのは当然というか、普通誰も寄りつかないだろう。
いやだからさ、誰もいなくなったんだよ。ある日を境にぱったりと。そのヤンキーどもの姿がな。30人近い行方不明者ってことで今でも捜索願いが出されてる。こっちは階段レベルの話で、北口みたいな暴力沙汰じゃねえけどな。今じゃ不老者も住み着かない行政の不良債権みたいな場所だよ。
Our homeroom class is having a surprisingly difficult time deciding what to do for the school festival next month. Turns out that the girls and boys are split, so we decided to delay our decision until next week. After school activities are cancelled, and all students are leaving early.
さて、
There's no point spacing out in the classroom. What should I do? Go back to the mansion, prepare for the night, or check out that abandoned hospital? I think we should check out that hospital they were talking about. Well, let's do that.
櫛塚の病院か。
I think I'll check it out. Not because Arcueid sparked my motivation or anything, but because I might as well look into some of the most suspect locations during daytime. It's 2 stations away, so it's probably nothing, but it's not like I have anything else to do until night falls. It's a 20-minute bus ride from the terminal at Kushisuka Station. The hospital is then another 20-minute walk away from the nearest bus stop. My destination is in the middle of an industrial district. It's dead quiet out here. I can see how spacious it is even from the outside of the gates. It must have been quite a large hospital before it got closed down. Weeds have taken root in the cracks of the asphalt. One of the hospital wards seemed to have incurred significant damage. It's falling apart. Was that damage caused by a fire? If it was, the difference between the damaged and the undamaged areas is a little too extreme. The sky is so high here. There are no tall buildings on the horizon, allowing the blue expanse to stretch into infinity. It's later in the afternoon, but the clear sky is so bright and vivid it makes my eyes hurt. The barbed wire is nothing to my neat knife. My entry goes without a hitch, but I don't notice anything unusual. I brace myself and remove my glasses. But there isn't anything like the drum of lines I saw in the zombie the other day. This place is just some abandoned ruin. In the end, it was a waste to come here, but I guess that's how investigating goes sometimes. I head back to the entrance and check the bus schedule on my phone. There's a bus in 10 minutes. I should be able to catch it if I run. I sigh in annoyance as I pass through the entrance, deciding I'll make a dash for it. Alright, so looking pretty abandoned over there. Got some grass on the ceilings over there, even. I arrive back at the mansion. The sun still hasn't set, which means Akiha likely isn't home yet.
アキハ、今朝から怒ったままだろうな。
This would be far from the first time I pissed her off, of course. I've been noticing but trouble since I came back. I mean, nothing but trouble, rather. I like to tell her what's going on. There's no way she'd believe this vampire stuff. Guess there's nothing left except to keep playing the part of the good-for-nothing brother.
お帰りなさいませ、四
Hey,
季様。
sweet.
ただいま翡翠。わざわざ出迎えてくれてありがとう。秋葉はまだ帰ってきてない。
はい。今夜は特別遅くなるとのことですので、ご夕食は四季様お一人で済ませるようこと。
Huh. I wanted to at least give some kind of excuse for before. I'll just head back to my room and rest then.
四季様。
何翡翠。
Isui cast a fleeting glance over the lobby before continuing.
つかぬことをお伺いしますが、四季様は今夜もお出かけになるのでしょうか。
Isui looks me straight in the eye. She's seen right through my plan, though that doesn't surprise me. Isui already knows that I've been leaving my room at night. It's only natural for her to assume I'd do it again. The problem now is how to respond to this question. As a servant, she wants to know what time I'll be home, but telling her is the same as telling Akiha. My response needs to be well thought out. I will tell the truth or lie to her. Maybe it'll work the second time we tell the truth here. I don't want to lie. I'll tell her the truth. Even if I lied, I wouldn't be able to keep with the truth from Hisui or Kohaku for long. So I may as well let her know I'll be out tonight.
ああ。実はこれから何日か夜は出かけることになる。でも誓って悪い遊びをしているわけじゃない。秋葉には嫌われる一方だろうけど、途中でやめることはできないんだ。
That's right. There's a dangerous, mysterious vampire terrorizing our city, and Arcueid is the only one who can do something about it. Above all, Soya is my home. I can't just ignore what's going on.
翡翠にも迷惑をかけるけど、しばらくは見過ごしてくれると助かる。0時になったら帰ってくるから、玄関の鍵だけ開けておいてほしい。
私たちに理由は話せないと。
そうだ。ごめんな翡翠。だらしないやつだと思って今は何も聞かないでほしい。
いえ、四季様は私の主人です。主人をだらしない方と蔑む使用人はおりません。
Hisui speaks dispassionately, her face as blank as ever. That's all there is to that, I guess. I nod my head to Hisui and start up the lobby stairs.
お待ちください。
I pause. Hisui calls out to me, her muted voice like never before.
その差し出がましいことなのですが。
Hisui clenches her hands as she looks over towards me.
四季様さえよろしければ夜に出かけることを。秋葉。
それって口裏を合わせてくれるってこと？
はい。夕食後、秋葉様をお部屋からお出になることは稀です。就寝前の見回りは私と姉さんがしておりますから。
いや、そりゃ助かる。助かるけど、いいのか？秋葉は2人の雇い主じゃないか。
私の主人は四季様だと申し上げたはずですが。
I don't know about this, but I'm suddenly very happy to decide to tell her the truth. Not only did she listen to my crappy reasoning, but she's even offering to aid me.
ありがとう翡翠。そうしてくれるととても助かる。
それでは今夜からはこちらのカードキーをご利用ください。秋葉様の言いつけで屋敷の正門の暗証を変えたのです。こちらのカードキーでしたら深夜でも正門の鍵は外れます。
お、さすが秋葉。対応早いな。
And ruthless. That was close. If I left without saying anything, I might not have been able to get back in.
私からの提案は以上です。夜の外出をお止めはいたしませんが、どうか怪我のないようお気をつけて。
Hisui bids me farewell with a bow.
やった。
Hell yeah. I just got help from an unexpected source. Now I can leave the mansion without wearing Akiha. Thank you, Hisui. I return to my room after eating dinner by myself. It's almost 10 o'clock.
行くか。
I pocket my knife and slip out of my room as quietly as possible. No one crosses my path along the way. Even the park is empty. People must really be afraid of the serial killer. Standing there alone is the woman in white.
四季
I don't know why, but she starts yelling the second she sees me.
なんだよ。もしかして時間間違えたか？
そうもう何時だと思ってるのよ。約束の時間を10分も過ぎちゃってるじゃない。
10 minutes? I couldn't have been here at 10 even if I'd sprinted from the mansion. So I guess Arcueid was here right on time.
ああ、悪かったよ。こっちもなんとか10時に合わせたかったんだけど、こっそり出かけるのに思いのほか手間取ったんだ。お前が携帯を持ってたら。
As convenient as it would have been the messenger, the sheer absurdity of texting with a vampire pulls me back to reality.
いや、なんでもない。次からはちゃんと時間を厳守する。今回は多めに見てくれ。
I'll say, like, this girl's apparently loaded as, like, she does her own phone. Like, she does know how internet work.
もうこれから殺し合いに行くのに全然自覚がないみたいね、あなたは。
She puffs up her cheeks in anger. She's not in a good mood. I wonder if it's because she got here early.
なあ、アルクエイド。何時からここで待ってたんだ？
私は起きてからすぐここに来たから、やってきたのは7時ぐらいかな。
7時って
The waiter.
3時間以上も待ってたのか？
What was she thinking coming so early when we agreed on 10?
うん、なんかおかしいみたい。
Arcueid mumbles as if she's a little surprised about herself.
まあ、遅れた俺も悪いけど、そっちにだって問題はあるぞ。約束の時間より前に来て、勝手に待たれても困る。
それとこれとは別問題でしょ。式が遅れたってことは変わらないんだから。
それはそうだけど、しかし、なんだって3時間も待ってたんだ。間違えてきたにしろ、それだけあれば部屋に戻っていてもよかったじゃないか。
そんなの私にだってわからないわ。なんとなく楽しいし、このまま式を待っていてもいいかなって思ってたらいつの間にか10時になってただけなんだから。
楽しかったって。
さあ、自分にだってわからないって言ったでしょ。式に殺されたせいかしらね。私、体のどこかが壊れて治ってないみたい。自分でおかしいって思うんだけど、体のどこがどうしておかしいのか点でわからないんだもの。
I'm not sure how to respond. I can't do much except apologize. I was the one who cut her up into 17 pieces. So if something isn't right with her, it's probably entirely my fault.
まあいいわ。時間もなくなっちゃったし、無駄話をしている暇なんてないものね。
ああ、そう言ってもらえると実に助かる。
でも次も遅れるようなことになったら、その時は直接家に迎えに行くわ。
それはダメ。約束はちゃんと守る。守りますよ、そりゃ。けど不測の事態はいつでも起きるだろう。時間に遅れるなんてのはその最たるものじゃないか。なんで間違っても二度とうちには来ないように。ただでさえ秋葉に誤解されたままなんだ。これ以上引っかき回されたらマジで部屋を犬小屋にされかねない。
ふん、秋葉って式に全然似てない妹さんのこと？
似てないは余計だけど、そうだよ。
そうなんだ。式はそんなに妹さんが怖いの？
あのな、どこの世界に妹を怖がる。
Afraid of his own little sister. I think the words, but choose to bite my tongue. I wouldn't say I'm afraid of Akiha, but I do find it difficult to interact with her.
単に妹には余計な心配をさせたくないだけだよ。昔からあいつには迷惑をかけてきたから。できるだけこのまま何も知らないままでいてほしい。
なるほど。あの妹さんには優しいのね、シキは。
基本的に俺は誰にでも優しくしているよ。最近になって例外が一人できちまっただけで。
それって私のことだ。
That me?
わかんないやつだな。今のは皮肉で言ったんだけど、褒めたんじゃなくて悪口ってやつな。
そうなの？でも私は式の例外ってことでしょ。私ね、そういうの嫌いじゃないんだ。
Arcueid is still smiling. It's a carefree smile, like that of a child. My body feels weirdly hot. My temperature must have gone up. She's going to overwhelm me completely if I don't take my eyes off her, so I make a show of turning my head away.
本題に入ろう、アルクエイド。昨日と同じように吸血鬼探しをするんだろう。
と、そうだったわね。今夜はメガネは外さなくていいから、私の後についてきて。
We wander the dark city. Arcueid seems to have a place in mind, but because she hasn't shared anything, it almost feels like a midnight stroll.
今夜はピンポイントで見てもらうわ。まずは騒がしい方ね。
She leads us into the commercial district near the station. We traverse the sleepless city, rich and vibrant even past 10. It's a veritable exhibition of modern culture, a buffet of light and sound. The white shadow unchanged after untold centuries makes her way through the city that's painted anew seemingly every few months. Untold centuries might be an overstatement. The phrase only came to mind because I've heard that vampires are mortal and long-lived.
シキ、あのビルを見て。6階建ての細い方。入っていく人間たちに線は見える？
普通だな。死者は出入りしてない。
外れね。次に行きましょう。はい、メガネかけて。先は長いんだからあんまり無理しないように。
Like she mentioned this afternoon, Arcueid has a good idea of where the zombies patrol. She wants to check out 6 places. The first 2 are a bust, but the third spot, a building with rentable offices, paid off. One security guard serving an unused office was an absolute cluster of lines. Arcueid understood just from the look at my face. She had me wait in the hall while she entered the room, exiting casually just a minute later.
ごめんなさい。ここも外れ。低級の式だった。
That was just a lowly
こ
ghoul.
の辺りは昨日借り尽くしたから完全に警戒されたわね。
Arcueid shrugs. She hides it well, but I sense that she feels discouraged.
何よ、ニヤニヤして。私の失敗が楽しいの？
いや、違うよ。いつも気楽なお前でも気を落とすことがあるんだなって。
それどういう意味？私だって人並みに壊したり潰したりしますよだ。
I wish she'd phrase that as happy and sad, but that's just too tall an order for this vampire princess. We sneak out of the building and make for our next destination. It's just before midnight. We see fewer pedestrians, and the neon lights begin to shut off one by one. Car taillights pass us by. Arcueid steps in time with them, as if to follow them home. We've now investigated 5 spots to no avail, which means we only have 1 chance left. We seem to be headed to a residential area. Arcueid doesn't say anything, but I get the idea that she was saving this one for last for a reason.
しかし、分かってはいたけどまだるっこしいな。足で調査するしかないなんて、前時代的にも程がある。
昔から吸血鬼退治は面倒なものだもの。
町のどこかにある親元の棺を探し当てるんだから、そう簡単には終わらないわ。
It's time to drink water.
You want time to drink water?
It's time to drink water.
Try to get cozy real quick here.
そっか、ならいいって別に嫌がってるわけじゃないぞ。単にアルクエイドも大変だなって思っただけで。
私は別に大変じゃないよ。決められた作業だもの。手順を踏んでいけばきちんと終わるものだし。
All I can manage in response is a... Well, I have a really fucking dumb bit for this here. Hold on, let me do this right. All I can manage in response is a... If that hum wasn't italicized, I wouldn't think of doing that. It's like, why is it? This would be really good for that. Arcueid is all business when it comes to hunting vampires. She'll do whatever it takes as long as it produces results. Just because she can leap 10 meters in the air doesn't mean she's itching to skip the legwork. Now that I think about it, it was the same when I first met her. She had fully integrated into human society during her search for vampires. Even though she could have done what Vlov did, if she'd felt like it.
ってなんだよ。人の顔ジロジロ見て。ちゃんと前向いてないと転ぶぞ。
やっぱりこれって不思議なことよね。ねえ、式は私といて平気なの？吸血鬼退治とか怖くないの？
は
A baffled grunt escapes my throat. She's asking me this now? Am I okay being with her? I don't even have to think about it.
別に平気かどうかなんてただの襟好みだろ。俺たちは利害が一致した協力関係なんだし。そりゃ吸血鬼は怖いけど、町のためなら我慢するさ。
Arcueid accepts my answer with a faint nod. The conversation stops there. We walk through the empty streets in silence. We're far from the station now. These 2 hours haven't been very productive, but somehow it doesn't feel like we've wasted our time. Even if we didn't address the root of the problem, we've at least stopped it from getting worse for today. That must be the reason behind this strange sense of accomplishment.
でも気を使わなくていいのはいい。
I finally give voice to a feeling I never expressed.
式？
だから気楽だってこと。俺はその根本的にろくでなしだからさ。お前みたいに頑丈なやつがいてくれると。
I feel truly at ease. It make me have a thing in my throat, though. Everything I see is broken. How I look at the world is polluted. I shouldn't be here. When I'm with her, it feels like the conclusions I've come to these past 7 years begin to fade.
ねえねえ、それってつまり私が式を楽しくさせてるってこと？
逆。あのな、おっかない吸血鬼と一緒なんだぞ。災難極まってるだろ。気が。
おっかないってどの辺が？
山ほどある。殺しても生き返ってひたすら追いかけてくるとか、3000度の高熱をあちちで済ますところとか、ガムテープとかビルの屋上まで駆け上がるところとか、駅前をお釈迦にするところとか。
And you gave everything you had to protect me in the town from Vlov's ice.
岩盤をちゃぶ台返しするところとか、人の体によくわかんないものを塗りつけたりとか、あと昼間に学校に来るところとか。
はい、そこまでで結構です。式の気持ちはよくわかりました。
いいのか？まだもうちょっとだけあるぞ。
いいわよ、自覚あるから。なんだ、
どうせ私は吸血鬼ですものね。
Arcueid picks up her pace, walking briskly ahead of me.
待てってば。お前が本気になったら追いつかないぞ、俺。
I follow her, half jogging. Turns out our sixth destination was just up ahead. There it is, in the middle of the neighborhood. A typical 4-story apartment complex. Nothing out of the ordinary. There looks to be 4 apartments per floor, with lights visible in most of their windows. The people who live here are still awake, spending their time as they please. But as someone looking in from the outside, there's no way of knowing whether that involves any shady business. I look at the lines. The strain it puts my brain makes me nauseous. This place seems wrong. There's nothing unusual about the lines running across the building, but it feels somehow lifeless. There's something unnatural about the brightness emanating from the interior, or from the strangely concentrated lines of death scrawled across the woman just now entering the apartment complex.
そう、やっぱり当たりね。
Instead of going to the entrance of the apartment complex, Arcueid heads down the slope leading to the underground garage. The garage is guarded by a metal shutter.
普通のマンションだけど、ここなのか。
ええ、このシャッター、人よけと消臭の結界がかかってる。あれはカメラかな。私の姿を捉えてるけど、中の死者たちにもう逃げる時間はない。昼。
Bending down, she places her hands under the shutter. Is she really gonna pull the shutter up by...
シキ、このシャッター切れる？
そりゃ切れるけど、いいのか？
ええ、私よりシキが適任。無理やり開けると警報が鳴るでしょ。
Good point. Arcueid is pretty good at keeping her cool under pressure.
シキはガレージの入り口にいて。ここが巣なら、中には10体近いアンデッドがいるはず。相手が1体だけならシキの方が強いけど、2体以上になると不利でしょうから。
別に俺はそこまで。まあいいか。わかった。
I cut along the line on the shutter. Metal meets concrete with a clatter. I peer into pitch black through the opening I just cut.
なんだこの匂い。
A foul stench hits my nostrils. The garage reeks of rotting meat and rancid blood. Yeah, that's cool. I see several squirming clusters of lines within. The sound of the shutter being sliced open seems to have caught their attention. There are 22 of them. With this many undead, there's no doubt that their sires here within too.
アルクエイド、予想より数が多い。ここが根城なんだろう。ならやっぱり俺も。
ここは根城じゃないわ。ただの食堂よ。大丈夫。起きたばっかりの節なんて虫みたいなものだし。シキはそこで待ってて。すぐ片付けちゃうから。
Owned.
マジか。
My brain has difficulty keeping up with the incomprehensible scene in front of me. Something so beautiful yet so grotesque. Like a figure skater performing in a graveyard full of decay. A throng of undead approaches their guest. She conducts a symphony of snap bones with a single swing of her arm. A cacophony of fangs clattering to find their prey. The sound of splitting flesh. And somehow, even within the mist of gore, a white shadow untouched by a single fleck of blood. It takes my breath away no matter how many times I see it. Of course, these corpses don't stand a chance against her. Their abilities are too mismatched. Their viewpoints too dissimilar. Their very existence reside in different dimensions. As if the world unparalleled was coined for her and her alone. To Arcueid, these vampires that exist only to drink blood must be no different from humans. They're prey and nothing more. Another current of pain runs through my brain. That's what I get for going without my glasses for so long. I can't put them all back on yet. Arcueid may have said she could take them all by herself, but there are still more than 10 of them left. It will take her less than a minute to deal with the rest of them at her current pace, but just in case, Something is wrong. Arcueid's movements are slowing. She hasn't been injured. The zombies can't even get close to her in the first place. But even still... Her face appears to distort with pain with every enemy she rends. All of them fall to her terrible onslaught. The next thing I know, there's only one left. This shouldn't require excessive force. A zombie of this caliber ought to perish in a single slash of her claws. And yet... Perhaps seeing the fight's in, the white silhouette pulverizes the humanoid, holding nothing back. It's over. Standing center stage of the carnage is Arcueid, her breath still ragged. She finally loosens her shoulders. That idiot. I don't know what was going on in that head of hers, but she exhausted too much of her strength. She could have used a tenth of what she used just now and still finished things without breaking a sweat.
Arcueid.
I quietly call her name from the entrance.
あ、どう？見ててくれたしき。今夜はこれで終わりだし、あなたの前だし、いつもより張り切ってやっちゃった。
お前な、こんな物騒な張り切っちゃったとか初めて聞いたぞ。
I sigh. She really is a troublemaker. How am I supposed to respond to the idea that she just wanted to show off to me?
まあ、確かにちょっと見とれたのは
Oh, what is that? What's that over there? I just... Who invited my man Blood over there? Dude, just a fucking... What is that? Just this naked guy over there. The cheerful mood is cut short. My thoughts cease. My mind blanks. Something strange and unspeakable draws my attention. When did it get here? Or rather, how long I've failed to see it? A panther appearing in a back alley. Flaming corpses. Dead things in the form of human beings. I've seen my share of normality these past few days. I've experienced a lot of things for the first time. Yet those were all based in reality. They were variations of what I know. Mere extensions of common sense. This thing is different. The air exudes is too irregular. Its classification too deviant. Its very existence is born of some indecent process. It belongs neither here in Soya nor in Arcueid's world. It's shaped like a person. Its stench is like that of the zombies. But humanoid as it is, it's discarded any claims as a Homo sapiens. I don't sense any respiratory functions. I can't see how it would react to light. Yet my instincts grasp that this beast is built to be a predator. While I've never seen anything like it, it does remind me of something I know. A spider. My mind is still frozen. I can't quite remember how to work my throat. The muscles in his abdomen flex and ripple. Oh, that's cool. The mass of bulging flesh is in body fat of many muscular arms. Strange fleshy tubes, like writhing invertebrates. The moment I recognize her for what it is,
Arcueid!
I shout. Arcueid turns to look, sensing the aberration behind her. The monster's tentacles shoot out like a whip, cracking at the back of Arcueid's neck. It's quick, but not quick enough to catch Arcueid completely off guard. Arcueid's claws fly to meet the limb of flesh. The same claws that cut through the zombie's flesh as easily as scrap paper. But her rending claws are unable to sever the scourging tendril. Rather, the deflected whip keeps its inertia, brutally lashing across the woman's back. I hear a trigger fire at the back of my skull. This zombie is an aberration. That's one thing. Its skin is unusually resilient. That's another. The zombie is on a different level of repugnance. That's yet another. But more than anything else, it's second and third arm threatened to come down and end Arcueid's life. No way. That's stupid. She's stupid. If she hadn't pushed herself, she would never have gotten into this position. This is ridiculous. She's injured again. Cornered, up against the wall, her breathing is ragged. She's taking hits even I could avoid. Thank God I'm not wearing my glasses. I probably would have broken them in anger if I was. The aberration leaps into the air, seemingly enjoying itself. A vulgar grin pulls at its lips, having found prey it wouldn't normally be able to hunt. Fuck you, that's mine. It's my fault, that's my job. I killed her, I brought her down, but she still forgave me. Trash like me who killed her for simple pleasure. And now... Don't touch her with those disgusting things! I cut, without thought, without wasted movement, like an animal driven by pure instinct. Am I running? Is it chasing me? That's fine. There's no hesitation in my steps. A second strike from the beast. Short and fast, unlike the first. The equivalent of a jab in boxing. In action, I max my speed with minimal movement. Not particularly powerful, but too fast for the eye to register. Too fast to react to. But that's not an issue for me. If I can't dodge it, I can just cut through it. I pursued a figure in front of me. A crimson cluster of tightly packed lines of death. Without even thinking, I'm slashing a potent line. There goes its left leg. Dead. Despite how worried I've been of it before. Now all I've left is to fear its... Now all I have left to fear is its bite, but I'm already close enough to reach. I stab the point thrumming just up to the right of its navel. There are no death throes. The aberration simply collapses to the ground, like a mechanical doll with its batteries removed. I finally let out the breath that I've been holding all this time. I'm surrounded by lumps of rotting flesh. The thing I killed is gone, vanished into ash. Considering the bodies of the zombies killed by Arcueid still remain, it seems that this one was indeed special. But I killed it. I snuffed the life out of the aberration without faltering for a second. My mind still won't process things properly. This was pure violence. A mad rush without a single thought spared toward the lessons that Master taught me. An action fueled by the murderous rage I've tried so hard to quell. Regret, remorse, hatred, despair. It will all return with a vengeance once I've calmed down. But I'm fine with that. I am. As long as Arcueid is safe. This is the first time. Just now I used my power to save someone. In full control of myself, and with no hesitation. I looked back to find Arcueid breathing heavily, her shoulders trembling. I I'm at her side in an instant. She holds her heaving chest like she's in pain, like a suffering animal that knows nothing but how to gasp for air.
バカ、油断しすぎだ。あんな考えなしで暴れるから。大丈夫か？体の傷開いちまったのか？
Her back is shivering. This is bad. For once, she's completely drenched in sweat. Worried that Arcueid's hurt herself, I lean in to take a good look and...
おい。
もう仕切ったらけだもの。今のすごい、ちょっとすごすぎると思う。
Now this is just cruel. Arcueid wasn't doubled over in pain. She was trying to hold back her laughter.
嘘泣きとか、お前人間社会に毒されすぎてないか？というかそうだよな。心配した俺がバカだった。頑丈なお前があれぐらいで痛がるはずないもんな。
あ、ひどい。痛いのは本当だったんだから。あとちょっと追い込まれていたら、誰かさんに切られたお腹がまた開いていたところよ。
That's not fair. No matter what I say, I'm still to blame, so I accept my defeat in silence.
はいはい。わかりました。俺が悪ございましたとも。さっきのバカ笑いはどうあれ、お前が無事でよかったよ。
My mouth opens fire before I can help myself. And after I do, she's back to wearing that usual enigmatic grin.
なんだよ。まだ何かあるのか？
うん。それと、嘘泣きじゃないよ。嬉しいのも本当。だって、式がすごく頼りになるんだもん。
My cheeks are burning. I turn away to try and counter the sudden ambush.
何？どうかした式？
どうもしてない。ちょっと暑いんで。ほら。
What an excuse. That was genuinely terrible. Though for now, I can't bring myself to look at Arcueid. I bring my hands to my face to hide my burning cheeks, but it only serves to heat them more. What's with that look? What is she thinking as if being good at killing is something to be praised? Read the room. You're evil. A witch. And why the hell am I still happy about it? I need to calm down. Chill the fuck out.
よし、落ち着いた。で、これからどうしよっか。ほら、ここが敵の本拠地じゃないにしても、中に入って手がかりを探すとか。
そうね。人が来る前に調べてもいいかも。
Why is it glowing red right now?
棺の手がかりはないでしょうけど、他の食堂の場所が。
I can't do this. The throb in my chest won't calm down. My face is burning up. I'm growing more lightheaded by the second. Arcueid's voice feels like it's passing me by. But what am I supposed to do? Anyone would be smitten being told that with that kind of smile. The pain in my head, the heaviness in my arms and legs. It's all because of...
式？ちょっと大丈夫？すごい熱。あの死者、そんなに見えにくい相手だったの？
いや、そんなことはなかったけど、お前、なんか、近くない。
I can barely move my head. I'm conscious, but my brain feels like it's stuffed with cotton, completely dulling my senses.
ここの調査はやめて、休憩にしましょう。どうせ手がかりなんて残さないやつだし、今日は食堂を潰せただけで十分よ。これだけの働きありを失ったら、しばらく活動はできないし、もう自分から外に出てくるしかなくなるわ。
She pulls me away by the arm. I nod vaguely and will leave the garage and the sea of body parts within. I rest on a bench. Full feeling returns to my arms and legs after about 30 minutes. I didn't notice it myself, but it seems that staring at the aberrations lines really did a number on me. Arcueid stands in front of the bench. She's been staring at me since we arrived.
あのな、アルクエイド。めまいも消えたんだし、そのいかにも俺が悪いって顔はもうやめてくれ。そもそも、あの時はああでもしないと傷が開いたんだろう、お前。
あれは言葉のあや。あんな編集ぐらい何とでもできたわ。そんなことよりあなたの体よ。昨日の話ちゃんと覚えてる？
目を使いすぎるなって話だろ。分かってる。俺だって廃人にはなりたくない。次からは気をつける。
はあ、鈍感にも程がある。あなたに危機感を植え付けるのは難儀そうね。ま、一番身近にして最高級の死に慣れているんだから、それも当然か。ほんと、どうしてやろうかしら。一度思いっきり怖がらせてあげましょうか。
Why is she so resentful about this? Could someone explain it to me?
最高級の恐怖なら、お前に追いかけられた時のでお腹いっぱいだよ。この目が危険だってことも、言われなくとも分かってる。
I live with them for 7 years now.
さっきのだって、いつもならめまいは起こさなかった。あれは単に。
I don't think it was from looking at the lines too much. I was just overwhelmed from everything with Arcueid.
単に、何？
単に、歩き尽くしで疲れていただけだ。お前は平気だろうけど、人間は疲れるんだよ。2時間歩きっぱなしだと。
それならいいけど、四季ってたまに自分を客観視しすぎてない？その魔眼のせいで自分嫌いになってるとか？
いや、自分が嫌いになれたら目のことで悩んだりはしないだろう。言っておくけど、俺は自分のことも周りのこともやけになって見たことは一度もないよ。
そうなんだ。ちょっと意外。
I'm sure it is. But this is a question of dignity, of having a place to belong. Someone once said that even a person like me has a reason to live. That's why I don't want to fall into despair, or hate myself. It may be a small thing to live my life by, but it's brought me this far.
それに、この目だってそんなに悪いことばかりでもないし、裸眼でいると色々と不都合があるけど、食欲が薄れるのは手間が省けて楽だよ。もともと小食だから相性はいいと思う。
魔眼による食欲の減少と持って生まれた消化機能の関係は私にはわからないけど。
ああ、いや、ごめん。今のは冗談というか、本気で取られると恥ずかしいというかですね。
真面目な話よ。あなたの目は後天的なものと言っていたけど、それは現れるのが遅かっただけの話かもしれない。
現れるのが遅かっただけ。
ええ、超能力は突然変異体だけど、それにだって誕生する土壌が必要なの。四季のような目を持つ先祖はいなかったとしても、似通った目を持った親はいたかもしれない。魔術師は知識と身体回路を子供に移植するけど、あなたのような異能は交配による遺伝子だけで伝わっていって、覚醒遺伝として現れる場合が多いから。
交配による遺伝子、つまり親父から？
というより、あなたの一族全体の話ね。家系の中であなただけ特別という考え方の方が不自然よ。あなたに異能があるのなら、あなたの家系すべてが特別と考えるべき。四季の家族ってそういう人たちなんじゃないの？
I can't help but laugh at the question. She wants me to believe this is all genetic? That Akiha or Makihisa have eyes like mine? I'm 100% positive that's not the case. I'm the only weird one in the family. Besides, without my accident, I never had gotten these eyes in the first place. They weren't inherited at all. More like a side effect.
でも、忠告は受け取っておく。ありがとう、アルクエイド。
何？いきなりかしこまって。私、あなたにとって嫌な話をしたと思うんだけど。
嫌な話じゃなかったよ。全部俺の体を気遣ってくれてのことだったからさ。
It's time to drink water.
No time to drink water?
It's time to drink water.
今日の学校での事前調査だって俺に無理させたくなかったんだろう。お前だって昼間は辛いのに。だからありがとう。ここまでされてやっと気がつくあたり、お礼を言える立場でもないけど。
お、
でも
You saw that?
そういうある程度はどうなんだ。腹の傷本当に塞がってるんだろうな。
How do you keep growing those cat ears, by the way?
そっちはちゃんと塞がってるけど、なんで？
いや、さっき調子悪そうだったから。何もされてないのに苦しそうだったというか、イライラしていたというか。
I feel a strange sting in my chest. It's not painful. If anything, it's ticklish.
四季？
いや、なんだこれ。
I stick my hand into my shirt without thinking. It's slimy. Why? My fingers are coated in something thick and sticky, like paint.
なんだろう。なんか。
I pull my hand from my shirt, from my fingers to my palm. It's slick with crimson blood. Another sting. That strange feeling again. It took me far longer than it should have to recognize that it's coming from the old scar on my chest.
四季、それ。
変だな。痛くもないし傷も開いてないのに胸から血が滲んでる。
It's so red. A bright, pure, eye-catching liquid.
ああ、さっきのやつの爪がかすっていたとか。痛みはないんだし、血もこれしか滲んでこないみたいだし、気にする必要は。
Arcueid is staring at my hand. Or else more accurately, she is utterly fixated on the crimson liquid that covers it.
アルクエイド。
She doesn't answer. Her breathing is slow and labored. Heavy, shaky breaths, like it's hurting her to breathe.
おい、アルクエイド。どうした？やっぱり傷が痛んで。
I grab her shoulder, but when I do, she quickly brushes my hand away, fleeing my concern.
アルクエイド。
四季。
She pushes out my name between her shallow breaths, a hint of hostility ringing through her tone.
違う。私、そんなこと思ってない。
What is this? Arcueid looks away uneasily.
どうしたんだよ。変だぞお前。体まだ回復してないんじゃないのか。
そうね。ちょっと無理しすぎたみたい。だから私帰るね。
ああ。まあどうせ今夜はこれでおしまいだって言ってたけど。
うん。また明日ここで待ってる。
She's gone before I can stop her. Going after was never an option. Without even giving me another look, she's leaped into the night sky. Like a rabbit hopping across the moon. What that means? Like, I know she says she didn't take in blood, so maybe she could still get withdrawal if she's like Shiki's blood or something, stuff like that. Well, come on, what that means? Following the road up the hill from the residential district, I eventually reached the estate's outer wall. It's a little past 2 in the morning. My fatigue is really starting to set in now.
あいつあんなんで大丈夫なのかな。
Arcueid's expression when It's gotta stop doing this when I'm reading the text and I just see something in the corner of my eye. Be like, what is that? The little silhouette over there, that shadow person. Arcueid expression when we parted steadily weighs on my mind. She didn't seem tired or in pain, but that's strange. There's something standing there, between the street lamps where neither light reaches. The first thing I feel is terror. The situation's so unnatural, so unreal, it feels like my heart will stop. Unfortunately, I'm already used to things like this. Masking my quickened pulse, I quietly take my knife in hand. My blood is flowing at double its usual speed. Perhaps that's just another illusion. It's definitely a person, but I can't see anything other than that. There's something strange about the silhouette. It's getting closer. The sound of hollow footsteps. Its only exposed eye is bloodshot and fixed on me. The blade of my knife is set loose. My other hand goes to the temple of my glasses. A chill crawls its way up my back like a centipede. With one final step, the figure crosses the point of no return. That very moment, the light from the street lamps vanished with an audible click. Even though the moon is bright tonight, the world is plunged into darkness. My heart races, as if to inform me of my rapidly approaching demise. His blade races toward my left arm, near the bicep. My reason not to catch up later. I bring my knife up to meet the flash streaking towards me through the darkness, deflecting it just in time. The edges of the shadow's lips contort. Somehow I sense it's grinning, but I can't lose focus. I need to counter this thing. Knife fight. Although I'm surprised, I'm also perfectly calm. Not a second has passed since this figure first came into sight. My thoughts have ceased. Time has frozen over. I don't have a moment to waste on being shocked. The clashing of our blades sends sparks flying into the night air. Though this unnatural darkness conceals us both, I can see something shining brightly within it. Distinct, shimmering junctions connecting to life underneath. I deflect the relentless blade exactly how I intend to. If there's one thing that astounds me, it's the fact that my body is able to stop these shroud attacks so precisely, even while I'm already this exhausted. Is my opponent simply easy to read? That may be part of it, but it's not all. My arm is simply following the map of lines and points that my eyes see. And in this complete darkness, that's all I can see, so I can focus on him alone. My head, it hurts terribly. My thoughts are on fire. My chest stings. My head hurts. My scar is hot. My eyes feel like they might spill from their sockets. But this feels familiar. Something like this happened long, long ago. Yes. The body of a child covered in blood. Akiha bloodied and crying. My own blood-soaked hands. Metal crashes against metal. Pure instinct allows me to continue deflecting the blade. That was close. I blacked out there for a second. I won't let my guard down again, because I know where it's aiming. I can parry every strike before my mind even catches up. The reason is simple. It's aiming for my body's lines. That's why I know where I'll aim before it even moves. All I need to do is protect the line it's most likely to be aiming for based on its posture and timing. The second I realize my enemy's strategy, they finally speak.
お前見えて
I know it. The figure can see the exact same thing I do. Damn it. The shadow laughs in the darkness. Its bloodshot eye stares me down mockingly, as if to say, so you finally noticed. Blood is rapidly pumped through my body. The corners of my lips rise in a confluence of exaltation and fear. I see. Then we're on equal terms. If either one of us hits their mark, it'll be over. But that doesn't matter to me. Not anymore. So what if any of its cuts would kill me? If that was enough to scare me, I wouldn't be alive right now. I think of that sheer cold I endured before. Vlov was far more impressive. This thing doesn't compare to a vampire like that. Even might be the one Arcueid's after. All things considered, I have the upper hand. Attack. Attack. Ooh. Taking the offensive. The figure's keeping up, but it's forced to dedicate everything to matching me. I can win. I don't know who this is or where they come from, but what I do know is that I'm cornering them. Goosebumps form on my skin. My heart races with the feeling of power. I can win. I'm stronger. I'm stronger. If this thing is gonna kill me, then I'll just kill them first. I deflect my opponent's attack, disarming them. A step forward. A thrust of the knife bared like a fang at the now unprotected line before me. But something's odd. Why don't I feel any hesitation? Ooh. Huh? The street lamps flicker back on, rousing my mind from its feverish state. There's no one in front of me. The shadow engaged in battle isn't there. It's been flung against the estate's outer wall, impaled by a long, thin object. I struggle to make sense of the situation. The figure that attacked me, a man apparently, was run through with a rod-like object that flew in from the side. The impact must have flung him against the wall. No human could survive something like that. But that thing isn't human. His voice is hoarse. The man, his guts skewered, wheezes as he glares at the night sky. I keep my distance as I follow his gaze. And there... Oh, hello! I see a familiar figure standing atop the streetlight.
ノエル先生
She's dressed like a nun. In her right hand, she holds a narrow-bladed sword. In her left, an absurdly massive halberd. I'd recognize the shape of the former. Or to be more exact, part of my brain remembers it having entered my field of view. On a subconscious level, I know that's one of these swords that saved me from Vlov's icicles. Our eyes meet. She shoots me a smile, and in the next moment, she launches swords at the shadowed figure. As she says the words, light bursts on the swords. I can hear the air shift as she readies her halberd. She readjusts her grip and leaps down from the lights, aiming for her target. The man cries out as flesh and bones are severed. The shadow-like substance surrounding him is dispersed by Noel's implements of war. The man, shadow and all, begins to dissolve, just like the aberrant zombie I fought in the garage. He stares me down as his body fades away. His black, bloodshot eye exudes hatred, as if he were cursing my very existence. All I can do is stare, dumbfounded. The man fades with the shadows that surrounded him. erased completely from this world, with no evidence he ever existed in the first place. All that remains are the sounds of wind and chirping insects. It feels just like any other night now. It's like the entire world is pretending that the man who screamed his heart out never existed. Meanwhile, I've been left with an equally strange person.
こんばんは。この国の
Hey,
夜
Teach.
は安全だと聞いていたけど、この辺りは物騒なのね。ちょっと散歩していたら、吸血鬼みたいな化け物が可愛い教え子に襲いかかっているんだもの。それとも、あなたの周りが特別なのかしら。どうの四季くん？
The woman turns to face me. She smiles with obvious, unbridled hostility. There's no mistaking it. It's none other than our school's latest substitute teacher.
ノエル先生っていいんですか？
そうね。先生って響きは悪くないけど、ここは学校の外なんだし。先生は外した方が何かと気が楽よね。
Her footfalls reverberate in my ears. Noelle's getting closer. With halberd in hand and an unsettling smile plastered on her face, she approaches. I treat her as an enemy, take a defensive stance. Let's save real quick. You know, let's be a little defensive.
無駄だってな。
Noel leaps at me the second I ready my knife. The difference in reach between our weapons is too great. Faster than I can think to react, she swipes at my side with the butt of her polearm. My head spins at the overwhelming impact. The attack must have sent me flying over a meter through the air. I brace myself, ignoring the pain from the initial blow. My back hits the asphalt, unable to absorb some of the shock. But Noelle is already there.
ダメよ、四季くん。敵を前にしてあからさまに身構えるとか、もう甘すぎてにやけちゃう。私、臆病だからつい本気で打ち込んじゃったけど、まだ生きてる？
I prop my arms under me to try to stand up. But Noelle slips down at my chest with a heavy boot.
はーい。おとなしくしていてね。義理もなければ恋人同士でもないし。下手に暴れるとその首、ボキッと潰しちゃうぞ。
I glare up at Noelle from the ground. I don't understand what's happening in the slightest. All I know is that this woman honestly wants to kill me.
あんたも吸血鬼だったのか？
なんですって？今吸血鬼だって言った？私があんな怪物と一緒だって言ったわけ。
Her boot presses harder on my chest. She's seriously pissed at the mere insinuation she might be a vampire.
首筋に進行なし。靴に染み込ませた聖水にも拒絶反応なし。ついでに言うと、私好みのファニーフェイスにも変貌なし。はい、異端審査終了。だっていいわよ、どうの四季くん。
The boot of my chest is finally lifted. Now free, I stand myself up and try to get my breathing under control. I'm hurting all over, but I think I got off with only some light internal bleeding.
はい、これメガネ。落とし物には気をつけなさい。
そうですか。そっちの横槍で落としたものですけど。
I take my glasses from Noelle and place them back where they belong. Now then, what the hell is going on?
とまあ、美少年が一人で出歩くと、こんな風に危険がいっぱいなわけ。忠告がてら脅かしちゃったけど、勢い食べちゃうところだったわ。
She laughs like she made a little mistake. I'm at a genuine loss for words.
あれ？何そのノーリアクション。私たちのこと、あの吸血鬼に聞いてないの？聞いてないのね。あっそう。私みたいな雑魚は眼中にないってわけ。まあいいけど、私も話題になんかされたくないし。いいわ。パパッとレクチャーしてあげる。簡単に言うと、私は町を守る正義のお姉さんみたいな。あのクソ吸血鬼どもから人間社会を守る影の組織とかかっこよくない？
She laughs as she speaks, which makes it difficult to judge how serious she's being. As dubious as her explanation was, it does remind me of something.
教会の代行者ってやつですか？
ええ、その代行者。四季君は無神論者でしょ？だから実感は湧かないだろうけど、私たち教会は主の皆のもと、人の良き営みを守る意志がある。ある日突然転任してきた魅惑の美人教師は、その実教会から派遣された正義のエクソシストだったってこと。
An exorcist. Someone who purifies demons. I don't know if vampires count as demons, but it doesn't seem like she's lying.
わかりました。いきなりのことで信じられませんけど、信じます。どうあれ、これで2度目ですし。危ないところを助けてくれて。
2度目？ああ、そういうこと。でもま、今回は違うわ。たまたま危ないところに出くわしたんじゃなくて、私、最初から君を狙っていたんだし。
最初から？
さあ、君が屋敷を出た時からずっと尾行していたの。私のお仕事は吸血鬼の殲滅だもの。その吸血鬼に従っている人間がいれば監視するのが当たり前でしょ？
Her logic tracks, but she's missing some important context. I'm not following Arcueid's orders, and besides, she's a good vampire. We're both trying to save this city.
それは。
まあ本当なら真っ先に吸血鬼の方から殺してるんだけど、相手はあの怪物でしょ？私一人じゃ返り討ちだし、師匠は上司に飛ばされちゃったし、仕方なく小さい方の獲物に網を張ってたわけ。
小さい獲物ってのは俺のことですか？
ええ、あの怪物が狂犬なら四季君はプリッとしたエビちゃんね。吸血鬼にしろ私たちにしろ美味しい獲物なのは間違いなし。でもなんか様子が変だった。ここ数日君を監視していたけど、無理やり従わされてる雰囲気じゃないし、血も吸われてないでしょ？ねえ四季君、あなたなんであんな怪物と一緒にいるの？
I furrow my brow and swallow the words in my throat. It's not the way Noel asked the question that bothers me. It's that she asked it at all.
おやだんまり。君は吸血鬼の仲間になりたいのかな？定番だけど、永遠の命が欲しいとか？
は？
The question catches me by surprise. I never even considered that. I guess it would be a natural reason to seek out friendship with a vampire.
いや、でも。
That isn't possible with Arcueid. I mean, she doesn't drink blood, and she doesn't create new allies or grant people abilities. That sort of offer wasn't even on the table.
違うの？ならどうして？
そんなの決まってる。自分たちが住んでいる町のために吸血鬼を借り出す協力をしているだけです。
I stare intently into her eyes. I'm not interested in going back and forth against her, but I won't sit here and let her say what she wants about Arcueid and me. I tell her as much with my gaze alone.
そう。君が噛まれていたなら、そんなザレ言と一緒に手足ぶった切って置物にしてるところだけど、残念ながらただの人間には手出しできないものね。今のは聞かなかったことにしておくわ。
Noelle turns around and begins walking away. She seems unable to accept the idea of fighting on the same side as a vampire. At least she's calmed down a little. Or maybe my answer just made her lose interest.
ああ、でも忠告。さっき最初から君を狙っていたと言ったけどね。あれ、もっと深い意味なの。この町に救った人は数年以上前から根付いているわ。私の師匠の言うことには、神祖のように昨日今日やってきたわけじゃないんだとか。吸血鬼は外から来るものばかりじゃない。案外身近なところにいて、何十年も前から潜伏しているケースのが多いの。それも町で一番力のある権力者の家にとかね。
Yeah, hello, Skydam.
わかる？自分たちの町を守るとか言っていたけど、そんな曖昧なくくりじゃなくて、君は自分の身を守った方がいいってこと。
それはどういう？
だってそうでしょ。さっきの不死は君を狙ってきたんですもの。吸血鬼を殺して回る神祖じゃなくて、ただの人間である君をね。命があったらまた会いましょう。当の四季君。
Hi, liking store. I'm liking a good bit. I really enjoyed the fight with Lava last session a little bit. That shit went hard a little bit. With that, the woman dressed like a nun walks away. As she does, she tosses her gaze to a street lamp. Maybe I'll jump up there and hop my way home while cool like. Hope. Nope, not happening. As if I can make a jump like that without a running start. Like if I could, I wouldn't even be human. Her thoughts blatantly apparent, Noah continues on down the road, massive polearm in hand.
あれはあれですごい人っぽいような。
I mumbled, taken aback. As if uttering that comment took the last of my remaining strength, my knees give out from under me and I slump against the wall.
でも、狙われたのは。
It's not unfathomable. I am cooperating with Arcueid after all. But that's not right. I don't know what the real reason is, but I have a feeling that isn't it. My vertigo returns with force now that my adrenaline has faded. With one end against the wall for support, I make my way to the main gate. Oh, my chest hurts. I need to get to my room while I'm still conscious before my body completely gives out on me. I can worry about the rest later. But the gate is much farther than I thought. As my headache begins to ease, tension abandons the rest of my body. My back still up against the S8-sided wall. I watch as I drift off to sleep. Cougar! I just... What was up with that? Why did the panther come back? Oh god, what a cliffhanger, because I'm pretty much at the point we're gonna end stream here. It's like fucking the last thing we see is the cougar again, the panther. Okay. Death! Uh-oh. This doesn't seem ominous. Well. It just fucking... Yeah, just what? Yeah. I'd love to know what happens after this, because good lord, this is gonna be a fucking cliffhanger, but I'm pretty much at that point where I want to end stream. So it's like, because we're like, oh god. Still, oh my god, I was not expecting to see the fucking panther again. Just fucking the last thing we see into death is like, oh god. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we did the save and everything. We'll go ahead and call it there. A good cliffhanger to stop on for next time. Alrighty. Yeah, no, after that bit, I'm just wondering what's up with the Cougar? What's up with the Panthers showing up again? I thought they were gone after the whole Vlov business, but apparently not. Okay. Yeah,
It's time to drink water.
Yeah, I'll drink water of that.
It's time to drink water.
Hoo-wee. But yeah, 9 days in, we're as far as I'm aware, we're almost like there's like 14 or 15 days total in the route, so we're like over halfway there. So we getting there. We could probably finish Arc Route maybe sometime next week, probably here. So yippee. But yeah, we will continue this off next time. So until then, yeah, 14 days. Yeah. So we're getting there. We are getting there. But yeah, until then, that is gonna be it for today's session. So. Yeah, friends, guildmates, thank you so much for watching. If I have the energy for it, we could probably do this again tomorrow a little bit. Ideally tomorrow, because I know like 4th of July is like 2 days away. Because I don't want to stream during fireworks season a little bit. That's going to probably pick up on the mic a little bit. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, either tomorrow or sometime after the 4th. A little bit stuff like that. We'll probably do something more then and shit, so. But yeah. Until then. Until then. I have been your host. Laguo Jadeheart. Your favorite little fishman VTuber. Thank you guys so much for watching. Have yourselves a good one. And take care. I will see you guys next time. Change the world. My final message. Goodbye.